Hello guys, my name's Calamative Joe and welcome to a Minecraft stream. I have some light blue wool on me from somewhere. We're gonna build something fun. Let's build a little pink house. Let's build a little pink cartoon house out of purple and pink wool because why not? Let's go and build a little cartoon house somewhere. Because why not, you know? Do we have any purple wool? Should do. Ooh, we've only got half a stack. That should be enough. Should be enough, I think. Don't know where we're gonna build this, but you know, might as well just build something while the sun is shining. Let's go find a spot. Just wondering if it's. Just wondering if it'll fit in here. Hello, Assassin Gaming. Welcome to the stream. We're currently just building a sort of cartoon house. Bedrock Java. This is Legacy Console Edition. This is a whole different version of Minecraft that is now discontinued. This is the original version of Minecraft that used to be out for the leg for on console edition. This is the old Minecraft console edition before they switched it all to the crossplay in Bedrock. Uh, we're currently building a little cartoon house because we thought, why not? We're building a little pink cartoon house just because, yeah, why not build something random? And plus, I just had a load of pink and purple wool left over that I thought we could do something with. We had a load of wool left over that I thought we could actually do something with, so I decided to just build this. Okay, I've just decided to fall. Ironically, everybody, I've just decided to fall down a ravine, fall down a cave. There we go. That's nice. Let's quickly go across like this. We've got to be quite careful because we don't want to fall down there again. Now, I've got to try and find a way up. There we go. Here we go. And then we can use some of the pink wool in here just to shore it up. Fantastic. So, that looks great. Thank you. It was just a random build idea that we just decided to do last minute because I started the stream was thinking what could we build, and I was just like, let's just build a pink card. Let's just make a cartoon house out of pink wool because there we go, everybody. Let's just quickly go and find a crafting table because I've only got eight bits of wood on me. I think we kept the crafting table around the corner here, so I've now got enough to make a door, to make a doorway for our build, for our little build. Can you use something else for the floor? I could do, yeah. That's what I was thinking, but then I had hardly any items on me. What else we got? We got purple. Hmm. We might as well use whatever we got in our inventory. What have we got in our inventory? Okay, let's have a look. Right, here we go. We got stone bricks. Actually, we've got some light blue wool left over. What else have we used plants? I'm just going to use this light blue wool for now because I remembered having that. I totally forgot we had this light blue wool left over. So let's just actually go in here. We'll put 2 torches here. What does that mean? I've never understood. I use Sigma, but that's like that's an old Greek. It's an old Greek term. So it's an old Greek term. I know that, but then I don't really know what the modern. I don't really know what the modern use of the term is. But I do have to Google things like that because I sometimes I just don't understand it. But what does Sigma mean? Self-reliant and successful. I mean, self-reliant, yes. Successful? No, I'm not successful. If I was successful, I wouldn't be running my. I wouldn't have. If I was successful, I would not be. If I was successful, I probably would be doing something fun. Well, I am doing something fun. I'm streaming, but yeah. For example, if I was successful, I'd probably be writing a short film or a film right now using the budget, using that as a budget. But I'm not because I don't have enough budget. I'm going to use this magenta glass on it because that's the first glass I found available. If we can find a crafting table pretty quick, well, we know where one is. So we're going to go through, we're going to go through, we're going to go through here. That's purple stained glass, isn't it? What we've got is magenta, which is, I can't really tell the difference between purple and magenta, to be honest. Um, there's 6 windows. There we go. See what it's like. Just want to check a notification for 2 seconds, everybody. Oh, my foot. Thank you to whoever subscribed, by the way. We're we're aiming to hit 5,400 subs by the end of it would have been by the end of May, but then we already hit 5,300 pretty quickly. So we're gonna change that to aim to hit by the end of this month. Um, I forgot to put I forgot to put the link to the channel Discord server in. So I need to do that rather quick. I need to do that rather quickly. Um, in the last week, everybody, there's been 2,000 messages in the stream. There's been 2,000 comments in the Nightbot tells me there's been 2,000 comments on this street on these streams this week. So give yourself a pat on the back, everybody, because that's incredible. There we go. Discord server link is in stream. I've just found a random hole here, so we're going to repair that with dirt. Uh, do I stream daily? I aim to. We've streamed daily. We've streamed daily since February 22nd. So we streamed daily for over a month and a bit. I'm gonna have to cut streams back over the next 3 weeks because my dissertation's due in 3 weeks. Damn, you're playing 360W, brother. This is not Xbox 360, I'm afraid. It's Nintendo Switch edition, but it was still done by 4J. It's still 4J's Minecraft edition. I've never owned an Xbox. So I have played 360. I have played 360, but at people's houses. But yeah, this is Nintendo Switch's edition of 4J Studios' Minecraft version. This is the Switch edition. I can show you all the name on the game. Yeah, so it's the Switch old version. Um, it's a little bit it's a little bit more powerful than the 360 edition because the world sizes are bigger, but it's not the Switch edition only has medium. It doesn't have Xbox One edition and PS4's large worlds or amplified worlds. Basically, I don't know why though. It was never specified why they didn't give them, but Switch could have run it. Switch could run amplified worlds, I think, and large worlds, but they never put them on. It's really interesting. Why I don't exactly understand why they didn't do that. Let's put some flowers around the our little house here that we built. I have 1.21 on my Switch. Yeah, that's the Bedrock edition. You can't buy That's the Bedrock edition. Yeah, you can't buy this version anymore. This Switch edition, the Legacy Console Edition Switch edition was the Legacy Console Edition Switch edition was discontinued, and you can't buy it anymore because you could only buy this one digitally because they never brought out a physical release. So this version's impossible to get now. Pretty much this version here, if you didn't buy it between May of 2017 and June of 2018, it's impossible to get because they never brought out a physical release. The physical release was meant to come out in 2018, and then the Bedrock edition got announced later in 2017. I subscribed. Thank you. We're aiming to hit 5,400 by subscribers by the end of this month. We are currently just 98 away, so we probably will hit that by the end of the month. What was I going to say? Yeah, the physical edition of the Switch edition Legacy was meant to come out in 2018, and because Bedrock edition got announced in the later that year, they changed their minds and they never brought the physical out. Say my sub, thank you. Uh, Thank you everybody. We're aiming to hit 5,400 subs. But additionally, we're also aiming to hit 6,000 by the end of the year. And I'm hoping we can do that. We've been aiming for 6,000 for a little bit. I mean, how do I have 1.21 version of my Switch? Because that's 1.21 version is the Bedrock edition. That's the latest Bedrock update. Because Bedrock's out on Switch. That would be the Bedrock edition. Because Bedrock on Switch edition just says Minecraft because they don't actually call it just Bedrock edition. That's just the informal name for it. Um, you were a pretty good, nice streamer. Thank you. I mean, I wouldn't say that I'm a good and well, I wouldn't say that I'm a good streamer. I'd say that I try to be a nice person on these streams. I will be back in 2 seconds. I do try to be a nice person on these streams. I'm sorry if I sound out of breath, guys. I'm literally streaming. I'm level 20 on bedrolls. It's pretty fun. I don't really like Bed Wars. I preferred Mineplex's Cake Wars. It would make bridge towers, but it would do like six. It would do like 3 by 3. But if you put a block up and then raised up, so I was making these ladder. I was making these stairways that go all the way up, and then you just bring them along, and then you bring them down. And I did one once, which was really clever. Okay, bye. Goodbye. Thank you for watching the live stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Sorry that if I sound out of breath, everybody. I'm literally streaming on the back of going on a 4 mile walk, which I did in an hour and 18, so that's okay. That was it. I think that's a good speed. This version reminds me of so much of my childhood. Yeah, I get that as well. I get that as well because I started playing this. The One of the reasons I get so much nostalgia, which is kind of why I play this world so much. This world I've had for a long, long time. I've had this world for 9 years. I've had this world for almost 9 years. It would be 9 in August. I was 14 when I created it. I was 14 when I created this world, so I've had it for a long time. So I get a lot of nostalgia from it, knowing that I built. There used to be a house over here in 2016. In 2016, there was a house here. The house burnt down. Then for many many years, there was another house here, which I took down recently so I could build this garden. And I've got to go and rebuild that house soon. And then in 2022, I decided to build a TIE fighter here. I need to go away for 2 seconds. Yeah, 9 years. The joke is, everybody. The joke is I've made a joke. I've made a joke. This joke numerous times. I was a bullied, short, skinny kid when I created this world, and then 9 years later, this short, fat adult still plays it. Still plays the same Minecraft world. And I'm gonna get rid of that drink thing, so I'm gonna go and eat my tea in a second. Um, Dinner if you're not from the UK. Dinner and tea. Um, basically, the way I'm going to sum it up is this is my Minecraft Forever world. This is the world that I'll always play on. I'll always keep going back to. The world is your canvas, and the paint. Your blocks are the paint, and your world is the canvas. It's your creation. It's what you've made. So I've made this. So over the last, let's go to the top of the hill. Let's go to the top of the mountain, and I can show this world off and be a bit more. We can see a bit more of it. So we built a Deceptive built a viewing deck. So if I just go do a glance over, we've got my house there. If I we got the town, and then we have the snow globe, which is just the biggest build. We have the snow globe, which is the second biggest build on the world. Which I'm just going to mute myself, everybody, so I can go and get my dinner. I mean, imagine how your kids react to this, man. 9 years, they're gonna be like, how? Well, I get that. To be honest, I'm gonna get rid of the eating dinner thing for now because I'm not gonna go and get it just yet. But I get that all the time at the moment. It's just people randomly on the stream going, "How can you last?" I had someone on my, I had someone on my stream a couple of weeks ago say to me, "How long could you?" I had someone on my stream a couple of weeks ago say 9 years is too long to be on the same Minecraft world. I'm like, but there's 3,000 blocks. This world's 3,000 blocks wide. This world's 3,072 blocks by 3,072. Of course you could spend 9 years on it. I am going to quickly go and get my tea, everybody. Can I have mod? I don't actually give mod out, to be honest. There's only one person that's got mod, and it's because I generally know the person. And I don't actually need mods because I'm a really small channel, and I only have like, because I only get like 100 views a stream. Um, I don't actually need any mods, to be honest. The only reason Decepted, who is a mod, the only reason he has it is because he's my friend, and I've known him a long time. And he has it because he helped me with some settings. But apart from that, I don't really give mod out because I don't really have a need to. Um, I mean, some people only get one view. I mean, I know, but then I don't really have need for for mods because I don't really have any issues in the live chat. I mean, some people do only get one view. That is true. Up until recently, I only used to get a couple of views a stream. Well, I've had over 1,000 subs for a few years, but I created my channel a long time ago. I created my channel, everybody, in December of 2016. One day you're going to get 100k, never give up. I mean, never give up, that's true. I was about to say, let's not go down there because I just realised that creep. I knocked a creeper down there the other day and he blew up. He blew up quite massively. Um, let's go to somewhere fun. Um, what was I thinking about? I was going to say something, but I've just dropped my fork. Because I created my channel in like 2016, most of the people that watched my channel in like 2016, 2017, they're all now in their 20s. So they might the reason I don't get a lot of views compared to my subscriber count is because the people that subscribed to me when I created it necessarily they don't watch the same stuff anymore. If you get what I mean. Hello, Annabelle Woodson. Welcome to the stream. Um, what's the for example, everybody, the reason I don't get a lot of views compared to my subscriber count, it's because people that watched my channel years ago when I created it are now getting older. So, for example, someone that was 13 when said hi, yeah, someone that was 13, someone that was 13 when I created my channel is now 22 years old. So you're probably watching different stuff. You're probably not watching the same stuff that you were when you were 13. You might be, but the chances are you're probably not. Can we make the dirt from there? No, you can't. It is a free block jump. Mm. Yeah, the chances are if you're probably not watching the same stuff that you were when you were 13. So people that were 13, I mean, you can start creating high quality videos, but also as well, what defines a high quality video? Because there's no specification for that. For example, that's one problem with YouTube nowadays. The problem with YouTube nowadays is YouTube has now become movie making pretty much. So now YouTube's practically become movie making now. Some of the big YouTubers like Mr. Beast, they're shooting it on professional film equipment. Um, Basically film equipment. When I mean by film equipment, I mean things that you would shoot like Avengers Endgame on, cameras like that. People like Mr. Beast and all the big YouTubers like that, they're starting to film their videos on film equipment like that shoots in like six in 6K, 8K. Those builds are cool. Thank you. This is my Minecraft world. This is Survivor Legacy. We've had it for a long time. This world is 8 years old. 8.5, 8.8. It will be 9 in August. I say 9 because pretty much we're over 8.5, so it's pretty much is 9 years old. I am finishing my dinner at the same time. I'm just eating some corned beef. Said hi, hello, Isaac's Lever, welcome to the stream. There we go. Oh, Lower. Sorry, the V. The W looked like a V. I read it wrong. I was slower. I don't know, it's a new thing. There we go. Right. I'm just going to take this food downstairs. Actually, I'll leave it on the side and do it after the stream. So let's get rid of the food. Let's get the eating dinner button. And now let's go find something cool. Let's go build something else. But yeah, go back on the comment on go back on the comment on stream. Go back on the comment on stream. What comments? Comments. I mean I can read the comments. No, what I said is I misread your name. I misread it as it says lower. At the end it says lower, but I misread it as leather. Your name. I misread your name as because I've got really bad I got really bad eyesight, and it looked like the word leather on the bottom. On the bottom. Yeah, it's just I misread your name. I misread your name for the first I don't know 10, 20 minutes of the stream until I realized it said lower lower. Uh, Pardon me, everybody. Right, here we go. Let's just quickly check some notifications. Um, I am quickly going to click Discord because I haven't checked Discord. Thank you to whoever subscribed, by the way. We're aiming for 400 subs by the end of this month. At the moment, we currently have 5,303. We've also got 82 views on this stream in 30 minutes. That's pretty impressive. But yeah, based on the comment why I don't get a lot of views on these, I don't get like a lot of views compared to my sub count. If you're say how do you go live on Xbox 360? I'm not on Xbox 360, so I wouldn't know. This is not Xbox 360. This is a completely different Minecraft version. Ugh. Sorry, there's a crumb in my... This is Nintendo Switch. Yeah, this is Nintendo Switch. Although everybody, Nintendo Switch 2 looks cool, but Nintendo Switch 2 is overpriced. Hi, the war's still looking great. Thank you. I don't know why I don't know why I built this, everybody. I know it was the something. We built a new melon farm the other day. That's what we did. We got rid of the melon farm here and built something. This world's crazy. This world is crazy. I will admit that. I've been playing on it for 9 years. So, um, I ported this world to Bedrock a couple of weeks ago, and it said we'd done 7,000 days in this world. We've done about... Goodbye, goodbye, Isaac Slower. Welcome. Thank you for joining the stream. He's on Legacy with... Yeah, yeah. This is the Legacy version. I love the Legacy version. I actually prefer the Legacy version over Bedrock. Especially on Switch, I prefer the Legacy version because it's optimized perfectly. Legacy Console Edition was optimized perfectly for each console, whereas Bedrock Edition, if you haven't got something really powerful, then it's not going to work. It's just not going to run properly. And that's the main sort of issue I have with Bedrock Edition. Everything's half baked. Nothing's oven cooked. Everything's half baked. I think that's a terrible quote to use, but I think it fit the purpose of the point I was making. Thank you to whoever subscribed, by the way. We are aiming to hit 5,400 subs by the end of this month. We're currently at 5,304, so we're roughly 96 away from hitting our total. If we could hit 5,400, we'll do a special stream. We've already got to do a special stream anyway this month because we already hit the 5,300 that I was aiming to hit by the end of April. I've just picked up 3 eggs. Any more eggs anywhere? 4 eggs, 5 eggs, 6. Any over here? Right, we've got 6 eggs. Just these are all free range eggs. They're all free range eggs. We love free range. I could have swore I put another gate in here. We got any wood on us? What's in here? Just random bits of food. This used to be a sheep pen, so this chest here used to be full of wool, but then basically all the sheep died because of many wolves spawned in there. Luckily for us, though, we have this. We have an underground tree farm right here. We have an underground tree farm right here, and I'm hoping to the biggest hope that we got some wood in here. So I can turn around and do that. I can make some sticks, and I want to make a few more gates. We have a crafting table across here, don't we? Yeah, we have this one here, which we left here. So that's nice. Now, wow. Ideally, I want one here. I mean, I think I want one on here. I'm going to use this house as like a line-in, and then we can put another one here. We do not need one here because you can't really get to there. So, good. We're going to put 2 here just so we can get in it. There we go. These fences can stay with us. What are we going to do? Oh, we still had those doors, didn't we? This house doesn't have a door. My dog, one of my dog and 3 of my cats are living in there. Not sure why they're all living in there together, but you know, that's kind of nice that they're all living in there together. Um, yeah. Thank you, everybody. We're going to give out 2 shout outs because we hit 100 views on the stream. So please, everyone, comment shout out if you want a shout out. We'll pick out 2 people. We'll pick out 2 people to have a shout out. Hmm. We'll pick out. We will pick out 2 people. So we'll pick out 2 people to have a shout out, and so if you want to shout out, comment shout out within the next 30 seconds. Can we just test? Can we just test? Can we do a test, everybody? I want to test how long the stream delay is. So I'm going to count. I'm going to say something. I'm going to say for you all to type something. So ready? We're going to wait until it hits 40 minutes on the stream. So I'm going to wait until then, and then you're going to write exactly when you see it. You're going to write something in the live stream. What I'm about to tell you. I want you to type pineapple. I want you to type the word pineapple, but I will tell you when to say it, when to type it. So 8, 5, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. So type pineapple now. There we go. So there's a stream delay of 20 seconds. So thank you, CA3D. Is that how your name's pronounced? That is how your channel name's pronounced, isn't it? I haven't got it wrong. I'm very bad at getting people's channel saying people's channel names. So that means there was roughly a 26-second stream delay. So I said that. So from when I said it to when you typed it, there was a stream delay of 26 seconds. So it's like time travel. So everything I say, you hear it in 26 seconds time. It's interesting. Yeah, there is a quite a big delay. That's an all right delay. Sometimes it's like a 5 minute delay. But yeah, 26 seconds is our stream delay at the moment. But then my stream delay changes. Sometimes it could be 5 seconds. My stream delay changes each time. So this time it was 26 seconds, but later on it could be only 2. It's bizarre. Let's try it again. Let's try it. So everybody, what we're going to do is we're going to attempt some. We're going to do it in about a minute when it hits 43 minutes on the stream. But I want you all to type the words cheese. We're all going to type the word cheese. So everyone's going to type the word cheese. I'm not going to type it because obviously. But when I say type the word cheese, uh, I'll say in 30 seconds time, and we're going to time the stream. I'm going to time the stream delay. I'm going to time the stream delay, and we're going to see when the first cheese comes in. So you all know what to type. So ready? 10 seconds. No, sorry, not 10. Sorry. 12, 11, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Type cheese. 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 56, 57, 59, 60. It's kind of funny. I don't think there's a minute delay on the stream. Blimey. Do 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 do. No, no. Here we go. Whoa, 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 whoa. New Year. Do 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 do. Whoa 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 whoa. I got an idea.
Chapter 1. Darkness. Ascending. There are many worlds out there,
I don't know if that's
some
gonna do
young,
anything,
some red,
but you
some
know,
blue, and some dead.
might as well try it.
Across creation,
Can't hear it, can
there
I?
was a planet unlike our own, a world of red skies and red grass that spread
Let's just
across the
think about
horizon
it.
as far as you could see across the whole peninsula, a barren, dying world.
There you go. Did you guys hear that? Like, I'm just trying to. Hello to the person who's just joined. Welcome to the stream. We're currently streaming Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. We're playing Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. We're on my Survive Legacy world. We are building stuff on it. I'm just where am I getting mentioned and everything? Where's these mentions? Where's these mentions coming? Why am I getting mentioned then? That's so weird. Uh, I'm just quickly having to sort something out, everybody. I'll be back in a second. I'm not having an issue. Hello, Monsterjerk53. I'm not having an issue. Um, I have a Discord server, don't I? Have it's being lit. The links up in this top of the stream for my Discord server. But a guy in the Discord server, I think the guy in the a guy in my Discord server, I think he's just been hacked. So their account started spamming scam links in. So I just had to quickly go and sort that and get rid of all those before someone accidentally clicked on one of them. Because there are people in that server who are there's no one and there's no one on that Discord server. Everyone's of a legal age in that server to have a Discord account. But there's some people that are like 15 and younger, a little bit younger. So I've got to try and I had to try and make sure that that person was timed out. Bro got hacked in the big. It wasn't me that got hacked. It wasn't me that got hacked. It was a random guy in the server. But because they started spamming stuff, I sort of went through to delete them all, so no one actually did get scammed. Um, in the big 25, they do serve no purpose, but also the problem with scamming is as long as they make money while doing nothing, um, then of course people are gonna do it. Like why would you get a real job if you can scam? This is probably what goes through their head. Why would you go out there and get a real job when you can sit on your computer all day and scam people out of 60 grand a day? Say you scam someone out of their life savings of 60 grand. Why would you go and get a job when you can turn around and get that? That's the problem. Really, you just got to up the prison sentences. Say scamming people out of ridiculous amounts of money. Keep up in it. Keep up the prison sentence. The more money it is, up the prison sentence. So if it's 60 grand, you get 60 years in prison, and then no one will ever do it again. But they also, but can't they also just make nice things on the computer too? Like, oh, that's true. That's true. Yeah, but if you're gonna scam people, make the amount of money that they've scammed out of them. So if they've scammed 1 million, make it that they do life in prison. Um, keep up in it. Keep up in it. The more money they nick from people. So if it's 60 grand, give them 60 years in prison. And then if they're looking at a bloody wall every day for like 60 years, that's their pretty much that would have ruined their life. Them doing that and nicking money from people, that would have ruined their life because they'd spent the next 60 years looking at a wall every day. Um, that would that would probably turn a lot of people away from it. Oh, yeah, it's a good way of doing it. Make the prison sentences longer, then they wouldn't want to do it. 'Cause why would you want to spend 6 minutes doing something that could lock you up for 60 years? I just found a random tree. Look, I just found a random tree in the middle of this around the bed in the middle of this tree. That must have been there for like 7 years. I'm just gonna leave it there forever. It's just the floating bed in amongst the trees. Don't think it's the first time I've slept on it since I forgot it was there. But I'm just gonna quickly check Discord just to make sure everything's running smoothly now. W punishment if that comes to life. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But then they won't do it because people are like, that's inhumane. But is it inhumane? It's not as if they get they get food and water in prison. They get exercise. I mean, make the prison. If you really want to make, how old is this world? 9 years. I created it when I was 14. Doo doo doo. Yeah, it is currently 9 years old. The whole world is 9 years. Let's go to the top of the lighthouse. I haven't been to the top of the lighthouse in a while. I did work out how old the lighthouse was the other day. That was no, I did work out how tall it is, and it is the tallest building in the world. It's taller than the snow globe via 13 blocks. Oh, nah, I was still new to real life when Bro created this world. I've been getting that a lot recently on streams. I've been getting that a lot recently on streams by people saying someone turned around and said, I did a Minecraft stream the other day, and someone asked me, "Oh, when was this world created?" And I said, 2016. And this person went, So I was sat there, I was like, what was it? Um, when was this world created? And I said, 2016. And the person turned around and said, someone, yeah, that's exactly what someone said to me on a stream a couple of days ago. How old is this world? And I said, well, yeah. So somebody asked me how old was this world? I said, so this person said to me something like, how old is it? And I went 9 years, and they went, oh, I was 4 years old at the time. And the person said I was 4 years old at the time. I was like, this world is, I was four when this world was created, and this person said it in a stream, and I was like, uh, and I suddenly come to a realization that I was 10. I suddenly came to a sort of like realize. I sort of came to a realization that I was a decade older than the person who commented it in the stream. Yeah, this person said, "Oh, when this world was created, I was 4 years old," and I was like, because if I was 14 when I created this world, I was 10 years older than the person that said that, and I was like, oh, okay, now they're making me feel old. Now they were making me feel very old, and I was like, oh, okay then, this is it now. Now I'm starting to feel old. They made me so someone on the stream made me feel old because they were the same. They were four when I created my Minecraft world, and I was 14 when I created it, and I was like, so they're 10 years younger than me. The harbour looks so cool. I think we just need a few more boats. We need a few more boats. What do you guys think? Does the harbour need a couple more boats? We got three. We got the pirate ship, the end. We got the pirate ship, the end ship, and then we got the submarine. Oh. Ooh, bro should make a yacht. I have one. I do have a yacht. I don't have a yacht on here, but I have a design for one. Let's let's turn around. Um, Nah, let's not do that actually. I was going to take this stream out of my Survival Legacy playlist because if we leave the world, I have to take it out of the playlist. We could have gone and looked at it. We have this though. We have the hole to hell. We have the Nether quarry. It looks like a hole to hell, which I kind of like the look of. Hmm. There's a glitch in the world. It's hell. It's not really a glitch. It's just decided to build the Nether in the overworld. It's just a sort of cool build idea. So let's fly over it. I nearly fell then. That wasn't the smartest of ideas. Hmm. That wasn't the smartest of ideas falling down here. I almost landed on the lava, which wasn't the smartest of suggestions that anyone's ever done in their life. I am just reading Did I build anything in the Nether? I have not. But the reason is I can reset the Nether. I can reset the Nether on here. I can reset the Nether. On here I can reset the Nether. Um, on here I can reset the Nether. On here I can reset the Nether and basically reset it back to normal. Because Legacy has on Legacy Console Edition, you could reset the Nether in the end. I can reset the end right now and take on the Ender Dragon if I wanted to. We could reset the Nether right now. We could reset the Nether right now. Um, let's go find some TNT, and I'll prove it. We'll grab some TNT and we'll blow up the Nether fort. We'll blow up the Nether fortress. Yo, bro, I never knew that existed. It's because the Nether wasn't massive. Unlike Java or Bedrock, well, Bedrock didn't exist at the time actually, and the Nether didn't exist in Bedrock at the time. The Nether didn't exist in Bedrock until after I stopped playing Bedrock. If you wanted to go to the Nether on the it was called Pocket Edition at the time. This was like 2014. If you wanted to go to the Nether on Pocket Edition, you had to go and grab this thing, build this thing called a Nether Core Reactor, and you had to click that with a golden sword, and it would spawn this Nether box full of some of the stuff. That's the only way you could get. Let's take some TNT. Um, we'll take 3 stacks. Yeah, the Nether is called the Nether Core. It was called the Net. It was called the Nether Core, and it would spawn in like a 16 by 16 block with full of Nether stuff, and that was the only way you could get Nether stuff on Pocket Edition. Because the Pocket Edition was not Pocket Edition, what is now Bedrock Edition, was not good enough at the time to support the Nether. So when I stopped playing, literally when I stopped playing Pocket Edition, and moved to the Wii U edition, which obviously, if you were playing Minecraft back in the day, you wanted Pocket Edition, you wanted the console edition, you wanted like the console edition to this version. You didn't want Pocket Edition because Pocket Edition hardly ran. But the thing is, how this is just how it's all changed nowadays, because console edition's been discontinued. You obviously you want the Bedrock edition, whereas the Bedrock edition is not as good. Whereas can't move. Oh, that didn't work, did it? Oh, hold on. Have I set TNT to not to explode? No, TNT can explode. But why wouldn't it explode then? That's interesting. Lava should set the TNT off. Maybe wait for a bit. No, but it should do. Because it's next to it should set it off, but it's not. How weird. I know one thing that would set it off. But obviously it'd be a bit stupid for us to try it. Bugger it, let's try it. So basically what we're hoping, if we run out by doing this, we're hoping that a mob potentially, we're hoping like for a certain mob, potentially like, you know, your what you call them, blazes. We're hoping that to see a blaze, because a blaze would trigger this. That didn't work, did it? Because he had to go and do that. That's amazing. Bro has to be careful, yeah. Very careful. Hold on, we've got a lot left. If we can get it up here. Well, that's just been useless. Come on, fire at me. Now that should work. Now we've got to dash it. Probably a skeleton. Just won't set, will it? Just won't set off. Weird. How did that come from? Come on, set off. Jesus. That might be it. Fire spread's not being on. The fact that none of this is turning on, it's really weird. Look, TNT explodes is on. Let's go see if we can. There's literally fire on the TNT. Yeah, it must be a. I got an idea. Where can I get a blaze rod from? That might work. No, not a blaze. Fire charge, that's the one. How do you create fire charges? There's got to be a way, isn't there? Oh, we've got some. Hold on, we've got some wood. Crafting table. Oh, we have no flint, we have no iron, but then normally the blaze rod should just set it off. But there's literally fire on the TNT and it's not exploded, but it thin has now. So it all exploded afterwards then. Uh, Tell you what, chaps, lads, chaps, we should all go in, get as much of XP from here as possible, I think. So how much damage did we cause? Might as well pick up a bit of this while we're finally exploded. This looks fine. Yeah, that's a slight issue now, everybody. We can't get back to the... There's only one way home. So I will admit, I am tempted to grab a bit of this. Yeah. We're going to die. So now, let's try this. What happens now if we reset the end? Do we teleport home? More options. Reset the nether. Reset the nether. So let's see what happens. If I join, I will respawn back at my bedroom. I would think. Because it won't. we were in the Nether, so let's see what happens. I've never seen this before, so we could lose all our stuff here. We could lose all our stuff. Here we go. We've spawned on this bed. We have got all our stuff. That's AFK. Also, it's 4 in the morning. So this night as well is be about. We didn't go AFK. We didn't go AFK. Must been stream poison. But anyway, okay, watch this, JK53. Thank you for joining the stream, and I'll see you in the next one. Let's just quickly check a notification. I have just really burped. I do apologize, everybody. I've just burped nastily. So, we've been streaming for an hour and 20. Pardon me. I do apologize, everybody. So now, if we go back through the Nether now, if we go back to the Nether now, after doing that, all of that TNT damage that we did will not be there anymore. We're just waiting for it to load. See, no damage. It's all back to normal. Anyway, we have no purpose of being in the Nether right now, so we're going to leave. But yeah, it's all back to normal. It's all stopped pausing. What's this? I'm just going to quickly. Right, accepted. I'll sort that one out. Hold on a sec. There you go. I'll give you the roll for a second. I just gave you the decepted. I just gave you the roll. I just gave you the Climate of Joe roll for a moment. There we go. Okay, that's good. There we go. Hello to the people using the stream. I'm just helping Decepted with something for 2 seconds because we had someone try and spam on. So we're just trying to sort out that issue for 2 seconds. There we go. There we go. There we go. I'm just going to quickly mute. Right, I'm just going to mute myself for 2 seconds. Hello to the person who's watching the stream. Welcome to the stream. I just had to quickly go and I just quickly had to go and sort out an issue with my Discord server, and I had to go and quickly get a drink. And I did have to quickly go and get a drink. Yeah, I think someone got hacked on my Discord server, and they started spamming like free gift card giveaways and things. So basically, I timed them out for an hour, and I've made it so no one can. Well, I with the help of Decepted, we've made it so people can no longer at everyone. Have I got rid of the little button now that says, yeah, I have. Good. There we go. So, welcome to the stream, everybody. We are going to build some stuff. I'm just going to grab some dirt. I don't have any dirt left. Oh, hello, Skate Punk. Welcome to the stream. Yeah, I do apologise. I had to go AFK to sort out a Discord server issue because someone in the server, I think they may have been hacked, and they started spamming free gift card giveaway stuff, which is obviously wasn't a free gift card giveaway. It was a scam. So I had to quickly sort that out to make sure no one did get scammed. I would feel really bad if they did. So I had to go and sort that issue out. Ooh. I did get a cup of tea at the same just afterwards because I definitely needed a drink. Great for another stream. How are you? I'm very good. How are you? Oh, pardon me. That's fantastic. I'm good. I'm just relaxing a bit and reading a book that I'm into. Cool. I'm trying to read a book. I've got Maze Runner to read, but then I've got all this other stuff I need to read as well. But I'm also trying to write a dissertation, and I do want to try and write a book at the same time, but I think the dissertation's got to come first. Do I enjoy reading? I do. Not as much. I didn't when I was younger, but it's probably because when I was in school, especially in the UK, reading's a massive thing in schools in the UK. But they didn't give you a choice on what you could read. So the things that we were forced to read was like Merchant of Venice, a lot of Shakespeare stuff. Although Merchant of Venice is a very good book, and they should be showing that everywhere now. It's a very good play. Um, there's a book called there's a book called Journey's End. Well, a play called Journey's End that I had to read when I did my English GCSE. So GCSE is your final examinations in when you're in this school in the UK. We had to read one called Journey's End, but my old school teacher he did it in a really clever way, which I think every school teacher in the world should do. Writing is very important. Writing goes into everything, which is why I was really miffed when what's her name who starred in Wednesday, Jenna Ortega, who played Wednesday Adams in the Tim Burton's Wednesday series. I was really miffed with her comment about why do we even pay the writers in the first place. The comment she made, I actually thought that was really disgusting because the writers write everything. The writers write everything, so literature is very important for everything, especially when you're in film. When you're in film, TV, even painting, it's all telling a story. So you need that literature, and I hated Jenna Ortega's comment about why do we even pay the writers. I was like, that's just a typical film typical actress, sorry, that thinks they know a little bit more than they do. But I really didn't like that comment. I was like, well, that's just. I mean, sometimes the writing's bad. Sometimes the writing's bad. But to turn around and say why do we pay them? That's like saying why do we pay that's like saying why do we pay actors to prance about on act like an idiot on stage. Um, but I wouldn't say that to I wouldn't turn around and say that to someone. But I just don't get. It might just be Hollywood actors. It might just be some Hollywood actors and actresses that some of the things they turn around and say. Hmm. But yeah, that comment's very is really uncalled for. But I think it was because of the writers' strikes. I think it was because of the writers' strikes. Because the writers thought they weren't getting paid a lot, and I remember reading that. I remember reading that because the strikes weren't that much of a thing in the UK. But I did meet someone that was affected by it. I met someone on a film set that was affected by the writers and actors strikes of 2023. He'd only did one film all of 2023, and the only reason he kept himself afloat was the fact that he moved back in with his mother. And it's horrible. But that is the film industry. It's absolutely volatile. And it's something that I want to go into. So that's mm, I'm just going to move my TV remote so I can put my mug down. Because I'm drinking a cup of tea at the same time with this as doing this stream. But writing is very important, everybody. Writing is very important in film and TV. I am trying to write a novel at the same time. I am trying to write a novel at the same time, and I'm sort of I'm not writing a novel. I'm editing a novel. I'm editing a novel and by rewriting it. Have got an idea for a story at the moment, which I don't know what I'm going to do with. Hmm. Hmm. Sorry, everybody. I am drinking a huge cup of tea at the moment because I really needed a drink. Um, We have just created a writing discussion chat in my legacy Discord server. We have movies and TV now. We have questionable short films. We're gonna add more and more stuff apart from the video game Minecraft stuff. I've put a questionable short film channel into into my Discord server, everybody, because I've put in really bad short films that I find really bad short films on YouTube all the time, like I won't say bad because I could probably shoot something bad. Um, I'll call it questionable short films that are like so they sort of baffle you. A lot of them are like student film. A lot of them are like student films, but some of them are rather interesting. And I've put a few in this Discord server. I come across one the other day which is very looks very low budget, but then it's very inventive. So there's a scene in this short film, for example. It says what was it? He negotiated with a group of five for their life raft, and it cuts to him sat in front of a green screen of the sea sat in a washing basket. And I was like, that's kind of funny. I thought that is quite kind of inventive. Um, low bu- Has anyone ever seen the clip "Low Budget Avengers"? And it's a group of fat guys jumping into the back of a swimming pool. It's a group of fat guys that basically jumped backwards into the swimming pool, and then they played it backwards, so the camera swoops along and they all shoot at the water. So one acts like Iron Man, one acts like the Hulk. It's really clever, very funny. What does everyone think of this? I've got a really funny short film idea. What do you guys think of this? I'm going to do a short film called No Point. I'm going to do a short film called No Point, and the whole film will be a police detective drama. And the whole short film will be a police detective drama about a maverick police officer that does all this stuff. He's inventing a case. We'll put a twist at the end. And the film will be called No Point. And does everyone want to know what the twist will be at the end of this film called No Point? It'll be called No Point. The twist at the end will be the film suddenly rewinds back to the start. So there's no point of you watching it because there is no point. There's no point in the short film. It's just that you've watched this maverick cop film for 10 minutes, and then it's the film suddenly just replays, just rewinds all the way back. So if it's a 10-minute film, there's 5 minutes of action, and then the next 5 minutes is the film winding back to the start, and the film's called No Point. I just had a real cool idea the other day about that. I thought that'd be quite funny. The film's just called No Point because there's no point in you watching it. It's just it's just could just be characters walking, and it's just like, yeah, no point. Welcome to No Point. What does everyone think about that? And I think that would encourage people. I think that will encourage people to stop watching random. Those are all great ideas. Yeah, a Maverick cop film, but suddenly turns straight into a film called No Point. Winds back. I just had a funny idea about it the other week. I had it like over a year ago, and I was just like, imagine a short film that's you play for so long, and then the film just winds back to the start, and the film's called No Point because there's no point in you watching it. How do you feel about the noir style? Do you mean like black and white? Because that's noir, isn't it? There is some styles that work. Is noir black and white like crime noir? One of my old lecturers, he was gonna make a feature film during the Easter holidays, and he wanted us all to basically be the crew on it. And yeah, it's black and white, but I don't think that makes it a noir. Yeah, I'm not entirely sure. Let's have a look. Noir. Google is my friend. It's noir is in English. It's derived from the French word black. Noir fiction is a literary genre closely related to hard-boiled crime fiction by bleak, cynical characters and settings. Yeah, it often features scenes of betrayal, heartbreak, and double dealing. Black and I haven't really watched much noir stuff, films from that um setting. I thought of a noir style film. Yeah, I what's the last? I do like shooting in monochrome. Shooting films in monochromes is great. In fact, if you want to start out as a film, everybody in here, if you want to start out as a filmmaker, shoot in black and white. Because if you shoot in black and white, you don't have to worry about lighting because you don't have to worry about the lighting because the lighting's the lighting is never really an issue in black and white. Any light will work in black and white. You only have to worry about lighting the set if it's in color. If it's in color, you have to worry about the lighting more. But if it's in black and white, you don't have to worry about the color of the light. So I did a music video last year for a college assignment. The director want everyone else, so that could help more. Yeah, if you start doing if you do film in black and white, you don't have to worry about the lighting. So, for example, I did a music video last year where basically the issue I had was that we'd all decided the guy that was meant to be directing it, he didn't show up on the day that we had to create the idea. So it ended up we couldn't really do much because we didn't know whether he'd like the idea or not, and he gets final say. But everyone had already agreed that it should be shot in black and white. So I'd set up all this stuff for black and white, so I didn't worry about lighting. Because it turned out when the guy that was directing, when he turned up, he decided to. This is for a college assignment. The director turned up and decided that he wanted his in color because he thought black and white looked ugly. Because he doesn't think black and white should be used in 2024 and things like that. 2025. This music video would have been in 2023, actually, to be honest. Um, he didn't think he didn't like black and white. He thinks anything that doesn't look nice is he th- anything he doesn't like. He thinks is terrible, basically. So didn't want to do black and white, but everyone else did wanted it black and white. So I lit it for color. I lit it for color, but lighting for color and switching to black and white is fine because you don't have to worry about the lighting in black and white, so it could look like anything. And I was forced to edit it after 3 weeks because this guy in the class turned up and said, "Oh yeah, I'll edit it," and then he didn't, so I had to edit it. I got it in the neck 2 weeks ago because the guy in my class that was directing it, he turned around and said to me after about a year, "Oh yeah, you used some of the same footage." But I really wanted to turn around and say to this guy, "Well, we didn't shoot enough. There was too many takes, not enough footage. There wasn't enough shots, but there was too many takes." How many takes do you think you should do on a short film, everybody? Do you have any experience with video editing software? I do. I've learnt Premiere Pro and DaVinci. DaVinci is a good one to try, actually. If you're trying to learn editing, DaVinci is the best one to try. As many takes as it takes. Yeah, you don't want to. But if you're on an actual short film, you don't want to go over budget. So I would say you should never go over six. I think you should never go over 5 takes, personally. And my lecturer said that to me. My lecturer, who'd been a producer, he said most film shoots will never go over 5 takes, but you'll only go over X amount of takes if you need to. But this guy in my college class was making us go to 30 takes each time, which that's ridiculous. Like if you haven't got it at 10 takes, you try something else. You don't go for 30 takes. I have DaVinci. It's free, right? Yeah, DaVinci's free, but you can only do certain amounts. But if you pay the £200 for I'm not sure what it is. I'm not sure what £200 in dollars is, unfortunately. But if you pay the full amount for the whole thing, you've got it for life, and it automatically updates. So you don't have to buy a new one each. You don't have like a subscription. You buy it outright, and it automatically updates for as long as time. I ended up buying the Sony Vegas Pro. It's a newer version of what I used to edit video back in 2013. I used to have Sony Vegas, but I had a cracked version. My friend don't give me. Um, but I use Prem Pro. I use Prem Pro, but I'm probably only going to use Prem Pro for another year because I can get because of my being a college student, I could get it as a discount, but then I wouldn't buy it. Well, I could use the whole Adobe thing as a student discount, but the problem I have though is as soon as I quit being a student, it goes up to like £50 a month, and I can't afford that. So I'm probably going to switch to DaVinci full time afterwards, because DaVinci is free. It's free, but you don't get all the features. But if you pay the full £200 for DaVinci for the whole thing, you've got it for life instead. It's you've got the thing for life, and it automatically updates every year when they bring out a new version. And you don't pay for it all the time. You basically pay it, you buy it outright, and then you have it for as long for forever. Basically, if you give it to someone else afterwards, they could have it for life as well, pretty much. That sounds like the better deal. The Da Vinci stuff. I haven't bought Da Vinci. I haven't bought Da Vinci. I only have the free copy because I'm still paying for Prem Pro. But Da Vinci is up there with Prem Pro now as industry standard. And also, you can find a lot of good tutorials on YouTube. There's a channel actually. I don't know what to use for special effects though. Maybe After Effects or Photoshop. I don't know, to be honest, because I don't know how to do special effects. I'll admit I want to learn it, but I don't know how. The problem I have though, to be honest, is my laptop can't run After Effects. My old laptop couldn't run it, and I don't have access to After Effects anymore. I only have access to Prem Pro now, because I had to just buy it by itself, because I was meant to get the full Adobe subscription for free um for my last year of like uni, and everyone else got it, but for some reason the IT people wouldn't give me access to it, so I don't have it. So I had to go and buy Prem Pro by itself. But yeah, After Effects is good, but could never work out how to use it, to be honest. It is very fiddly. Um, but yeah, After Effects is very good for special effects. I wouldn't know how to use it though, to be honest. There'd be loads of videos on there. I have used it once, so I can say it is very good. I used it to. I took a video of myself with a juggling stick. What is that Deceptive messaging me? It is. I can't be bothered to. I can't be bothered to read the audio message he sent me. I have tried it. I took a juggling stick. It seems awesome. It requires learning. That is true. But then everything requires learning, I think. Um, for example, I took a juggling stick, I swung a juggling stick, and then I turned around and I edited using After Effects. I had to mask it out, so I had to do it frame by frame and constantly move the mask. But I turned it into like a working lightsaber, so this it looked like an actual colored lightsaber. Um, that's the only thing I've ever done in After Effects, because I just struggled how to use it. But also my laptop couldn't run it. I'm sorry if I look tired. I'm sorry if I look out of breath, everybody. Just before I started this stream, I came back in after a 4 mile walk. I did a 4 mile walk in about an hour and 20 minutes. So that's well, I could probably have done better, but I hope I don't sound out of breath. But I should be back breathing normally now after, I don't know, 2 hours. Do 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 do. Um, Actually, talking of filmmaking, everybody in my Discord server, in the in the film section, in the movies and TV section, I've put a short film I've put a short film in that's got about 20k views, but I had the opportunity to work on this short film as a runner back in February of last year. That's one of the longest shoots I've ever been on. It started at 3 in the afternoon and it didn't finish till 9 in the morning, the following morning. And yeah, wasn't for the faint-hearted, and everyone was high off caffeine by the end of it. That was a fun shoot. Ah, here it is. Yeah, that was a fun shoot, but then everything went wrong. Everything went wrong on this short film. Um, on this short film that I worked on, everything went wrong. We went hours behind schedule. It was meant to finish at 3 in the morning. It didn't. It finished at 9 in the morning. So I woke up at like 9 the following day. I woke up at about 8 the following day. So by the time that shoot had finished, I went to bed at like 1 o'clock the following day. So by the end of that shoot, I'd probably been awake for like 36 hours. Yeah, I ended that. I think I must have been awake for like 38 hours on that shoot. That was well, not on the shoot. The shoot was only a day, but then obviously getting back and doing home and obviously doing personal stuff as well. That was a long shoot. In fact, the fact that that's only come out, the fact that that's only just come out, 13 months later, that proves how much editing. That proves how much editing goes into certain stuff. How much time and effort goes into into filmmaking, short film making. The fact that I worked on this short film 13 months ago, well, 14 months ago, and it only come out literally 2 weeks ago. Actually, when did it come out? Let's find out. I'm going to click on it. Um, in fact, I haven't seen what this has got now, so this might have quite a few more views. Um, it's got 24K and it came out 2 weeks ago. Yeah, I'm really pleased with that. This short film I really enjoyed working on. That was such a fun shoot. The sun's going down. Let's jump onto this bed. That would have been cool if we just jumped on the bed and it opened up the bed. That would have been cool. Um, yeah. Where's my Thank you to whoever subscribed, by the way. I want to hit 4,000. I want to hit 5,400 by the end of this month. We've brought it forward. We brought that forward because we were. I'm gonna have to turn the light on a minute, but we've brought that forward. Hello, Goober. Welcome to the stream. I'm just going to quickly turn the light on because it's getting a little bit dark and I'm starting to not be able to see the floor. That's the problem, everybody, with having a south-facing window. The sun's on it all day, and then when the sun starts to set, that's when you start not being able to see anything. Um, let's just jump in here and jump into bed. Hello to the people who just joined the stream. Welcome to the stream. Um, what am I doing? I'm just checking a couple of notifications. I just want to grab my headphones, which I have absolutely no idea where they are, but I want to grab those for 2 seconds if I can find them because Decepted sent me an audio message and I have absolutely no idea what he said. Hey, so thoughts of the Minecraft movie? I'm gonna be honest. I didn't rate it. I'm gonna be honest. I didn't like it because this is my reasoning. My reasoning is I thought the story was all over the place. I thought the story was all over the place. Um, and no, I think some of the acting was a little bit. What's her name? Danielle Brooks. I thought her acting was all right. Emma Myers, Emma Myers, and the youngest actor, I can't, Sebastian Hansen. I thought they were all right. I didn't like the end. I didn't like one part of the ending, but I won't spoil it. But I won't spoil it if anyone hasn't seen it. And I think Jack Black's the wrong choice for Steve. I think Jack Black is the wrong choice for Steve. As much as I love Jack Black, but I think Jack Black is the wrong choice for Steve. And the reason is also I think Jack Black sings too much in Minecraft. Um, when he's singing goodbye to his dog, I kind that works. When he's singing goodbye to his dog, that kind of works. If you get what I mean, that's so him singing goodbye to his dog kind of works. But um, for example, him just singing every time he's doing something, it's it takes it away from the performance. I just want to see what Decepted messaged me. Okay, that's not important. Decepted just messaged me a video of him, an audio clip of him burping. That's just rather that's rather weird. And I kind of feel like I just got violated by that. That's disgusting. That's a violation. I just listened to a video of someone burping down the mic. Like, why? Just why? 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 Yeah. But apart from that, there is some parts of the Minecraft movie that are pretty good. But some of the CGI and the sets look really nice. But then I think the story seems to be all over the place. It's very jumpy. We're gonna do this now. Now we're gonna go do this. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this. And the story felt like 20 minutes. It felt like if you watch, say, like Avengers Endgame, for example, it's spread out quite nicely, and you've got quite a lot of narratives, and you do think, blimey, I've been watching that 2 hours. With Minecraft, you're like, I've been watching that 20 minutes because it just feels really rushed. And the first 20 minutes sort of dragged. But yeah, what did everyone else think about the Minecraft movie? Uh, I think I put my review of the Minecraft movie in Discord. Here's my review of the Minecraft movie. This was my review I put in my Discord server. My review of the Minecraft movie. Nice visuals, but Jack Black, as much as I like him as an actor, he's the wrong choice for Steve, and he sings too much in this, I think. But I think he does, yeah. I think he sings a little bit too much. But he sings brilliantly in bloody School of Rock and all that. But him singing every time he's doing something in Minecraft, or every time he's singing in Minecraft, or for example, every time that he's example, every time um yeah on to the Minecraft movie for example. Um I think it goes too far with the I think it goes too far with just how um on certain points. Hmm. Hmm. Yeah. But what does everyone else think of the Minecraft movie? I would love to find out what you think. A new era of some stuff to build. What should we build? Well, we've already built a little house today on the stream. Falling asleep. Well, I'm not falling asleep, but you know. Okay. Now, do. Do. Do 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 do. I've just lost the stream. I can no longer read the live chat. So if you're commenting right now, I cannot see what you're commenting. I cannot read what you're commenting. So, and every time I tried to click the live stream, then it just turned around and kept moving further and further down the page. That's brilliant, isn't it? Um. Oh, there's nothing being typed in the live chat right now. You know. Do 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 do. Da da na 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 na. Hmm. There we go. Right, let's build something. I don't know. What should we build? We got to be careful as well because we are on. We're not on peaceful mode. We do actually have mobs about. There are mobs about, and they're coming towards us. Here we go. Let's go sleep. Let's go down the stairs, and then we'll sleep downstairs for a moment. X-ray glitch. Right. Do you guys want a treat? Do you guys want a treat, everybody? Does everyone want a treat? Let's do something cool. Should we do something fun? I just want to have a quick look. I'll be right. I'm back. Does everyone want a treat on this stream? So if we hit 200 if we hit 200 views, um, we'll do we'll do a special stream treat. If we hit 200 views, we're at 157 right now, so we get 43 more views on this stream. Got an idea, so let's just quickly leave this a second. I'm just going to quickly go to community tab and put something. If you are in the stream, if anyone is in the stream, if anyone's in the stream, I'm just writing a community post on my channel. I'm writing a community post on my channel, so text Paul. There we go. Gonna use this in my Discord server as well. Here we go. Perfect. Here we go. So it just made a community poll. I appreciate you. Did you know that you can no longer buy Minecraft Legacy Console Edition on the Xbox? I didn't, but I know it's discontinued on other consoles. No, you can't buy it on here anymore. You can't buy it on you can't buy it on the Switch edition, but they stopped selling it on the Switch edition back in 2018. If you didn't buy it, this one between May of 2017 and June of 2018, this one's impossible. This one's impossible to get because the physical release got scrapped. Hello, Rewind. Welcome to the stream. We're gonna do a special. We're gonna do a special thing on this stream if we hit 200 views. We're currently at 157. It is. Someone asked me on the stream for me to give them my account, and I said no. Yeah, I basically basically asked me on my account, asked me for my account, and I said no on the stream. Oh, if the store shut down, yeah, you could probably still buy it physical though. Physical, you could still buy. You can still buy the Wii U physical. You can still buy the Wii U edition physical. I know that. Because I saw it in the shop recently. I saw it in a there's a shop in the UK called CX, and you can buy basically electronics, music, DVDs. Basically, I bought my phone from there. I actually bought my phone there for 60 quid. Yeah, the only one you can't get physical is the Switch because the physical never came out. The physical copy on the cartridge was meant to come out in 2018, but because Bedrock was announced, 4J decided changed their mind. Was like, well, if Bedrock's going to come out, because Bedrock was predicted, yeah, which is why Switch is rare. I had someone ask me for my account recently on stream, but I think I banned them. I basically banned them from commenting because they wouldn't shut up about it. Everyone, what was it? Everyone always says no, but they were trying to guilt trip me. No one ever says no. But then I'm like, I wouldn't want to give them my account. And also, who's to say they're not a hacker? Who's to say they're not a hacker and after people's accounts? And I'm like, no. I It's so sad. I Someone kept telling me this is rare. I'm like, I know it's rare, but it wasn't rare when I bought it. I wouldn't give it up either. Yeah, I wouldn't. But how sad must you be and that desperate if you want someone else's account and you want somebody else's account? I'm like, but that's not the only game. This is not the only game I play. I mean, I play FIFA. Hey, the film studio's different. Really? I haven't changed. The film studio. I haven't changed the film studio. Oh, the only thing that's different is on the Ideas World, it had the Ghostbusters logo on the top. I never put the Ghostbusters logo on top. I want because that was not the original plan. The original plan was to build a clapperboard, but I didn't like the design, so I put the Ghostbusters logo on top of it as like a idea. But then I've decided not to put the Ghostbusters logo on I want to try and do the clapperboard. Um, I don't know. We got loads. We got the film studio. We got McDonald's. This is Hot Point, which we didn't finish the restaurant where you stand on lava. Um, this is my cake shop, everybody. Planter Joe's Cakey Bakey, and it's actually designed to look like a cake. So it's designed to look like a cake. So basically, this is icing dripping down the sides. I love cake. It's probably why I'm overweight, to be honest. Um, this is the flower shop. This flower shop was from another world. I was just like, I really liked the design when I made it on another world, so I was like, I'm nicking it. Um, yeah, what was I thinking? What was I thinking about? But yeah, yeah. Some of the games are so some of the versions are becoming. It's becoming harder and harder to get Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. Um, we've got the fire station here. This is a World War I memorial. This is honestly a World War I memorial. This is called Hero Park. This is called Hero Park. I just want to eat because technically we are not in peaceful mode right now. This is Hero Park, and we generally built this because World War I was exactly 100 years old when I was on Minecraft. So I made this memorial because it was exactly 100 years. Just checking my phone for notifications. It's about an AI potential at taking over writers. Yeah, you can't take. Actually, if going on the point of AI, put into YouTube AI films. If you find an AI film in YouTube, you can tell it's an AI film because the AI can't get the human eyes right. If you look at the human eye, looking at the human eye, because you can see so much emotion in the human eye. The human eye provides so much emotion, and if you watch a video in AI, it makes you believe in the concept of the human soul and that humans have souls because the in AI, even though AI gets a body right, it never gets the eye right. The eye is always not. It's like there's no life behind it. So right now I'm looking towards my TV. So I'm actually on a 90-degree angle. My laptop's there, and then on a like 90-degree angle is my TV. So I'm having to use both eyes. One looking at one looking at the other, and I can do that. But if you look at the AI, if an AI short film, the eyes are always the eyes are never in. They never look. Yeah, your eyes can tell it's not real eyes because the eyes there's nothing behind them. Not that there's nothing behind them, but I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna AI short film. Tell you what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna put into. Is this the one I saw? This is the one I found. I'm gonna put it into YouTube. I'm gonna put it into my Discord server in the film section. But you can tell it's fake. You can tell it's AI. Here we go. Um, Here it is. I've just put it in my filmmaking in my Discord server. I put it in the filmmaking section. But if you look at it, you can see from under the water that it's not real water, and you can see the eye, and you can just see it's not real, and it's really interesting. Let me just take a screenshot. Here we go. There's no soul in them. You can just see. You can see through it. And when the eyes are moving, they're not moving. The eyes aren't moving. Like it doesn't get the cars right. And people are like, wow, this is the future. This is incredible. The underwater shots. Yeah, the underwater shots that go. The emotion. There is no emotion. There is no emotion. And also, you can see in the mouths and the eyes that they're not moving. I see it's clear as day. I'm just wondering how the technology will advance in the near future. AI, AI. The AI that we have at the moment is not true AI. It's not AI. This is a search engine. This is looking. Why is my laptop telling me to remind me later in an hour? Um, if you look at it, so my lecturer told me this months ago. If you look at AI is a search engine. So the amount of the amount of the young kids now in schools and early college years, um, in the UK and maybe America, maybe other places, the amount of kids that are failing because basically they're just taking AI's written stuff and then, hello, Ikaru Blockstream, welcome to the stream. Yeah, the amount of kids nowadays that are failing grades because they're just using AI stuff. But AI, if you take a text and put it into AI and don't read it back, it's actually fake. It's not fake, but then AI is a search engine. It's searching the web for information and then writing it all together. So if you don't read what the AI said, the AI is wrong. The AI can be writing it wrong because the AI is not doesn't exactly know what it's doing. So let's do it. Let's write something in AI. Everybody type down right. Right, we're gonna use one of them. We're gonna use one of the AI sites. Um okay. We're gonna use a novel writing one. Okay, so everybody right, just talking about films, AI, Minecraft at the moment. Yeah. Come up with a character name, everybody. Why don't we do it? Why don't we do it that someone comes up with a first name, somebody comes up with a last name. Um, why don't we do it? That someone comes up with a first name, someone comes up with a last name, and we just create a character. We're gonna test. We're gonna test how AI does. We're gonna stress test AI. Justin. Okay. Okay. So we're gonna call him Justin. Describe Justin and Justin Max. Right, we're gonna call him Justin Max. Describe Justin Max. Here we go. I've just shoved it in character AI. Character AI isn't too bad. Here's a description. Okay, this is what it's gave us. If you don't read with AI, if you don't read, this is what character AI's just gave us. Oh, hold on a second. I'm gonna have to quickly copy some of this. Copy. Take that out. Hold on a minute. It gave us more than it should have. So hold on. No, I just want to copy up until about here. Copy, take that out. There we go. This is what it's gave us. Oh, give me a second, everybody. I'm having to take bits out because it's turned around and done this. So let's read it out. Justin Max is a charming and confident young man with striking features and a commanding presence. He has shaggy golden brown hair that falls just above his sparkling hazel eyes. His athletic build speaks of a life of activity, and his confident stance exudes a sense of strength and determination. Despite his casual demeanor, there's a glint of intelligence and cunning in his gaze that belies his carefree attitude. So, what do you guys think of that? Does it make sense? So I've read it through and I don't entirely understand if it makes sense. My eyes are playing up. But everyone else, what do you think? Does it make sense? Hello, it's Pro. Welcome to the stream. Does that, what we just put in, make sense? We're testing. I'm saying about how AI isn't an accurate source engine. So we've just took. I had two people create a first name and a last name, and then I shoved it in AI, and it's described the characters, and it's described a character. And everybody, what do you think? Does it sound realistic? Does it sound like it makes sense? If I would be president, I would open the food center in every city, village, or state. The food center would provide food for free to homeless and poor people who are in need. Cool. Yeah. So what that experiment was. I'm sorry. Can you repeat the description? Oh, Justin Max is a charming and confident young man with striking features and a commanding presence. He has shaggy golden brown hair that falls just above his sparkling hazel eyes. His athletic build speaks of a life of activity, and his confident stance exudes a sense of strength and determination. Despite his casual demeanor, there's a glint of intelligence, cunning in his gaze that belies his carefree attitude. If so, it doesn't. The last bit don't make sense to me, to be honest. So yeah, if you look at AI, so what does everyone else think? Does it make sense? Does what it wrote make sense? Because it didn't. It sounds like it doesn't make sense to me, but it might make sense to other people. I just had an idea for a build, bro. Can I say something? Of course you can. I'm just gonna go and find a chest because I want to dump some of the stuff because I just had an idea. I mean, it's not bad at all, but something that would be. It's not something that would be creative outside the box. Yeah, and it's so especially with AI, if you look at AI, you can see sometimes it has spelling mistakes because it's just searching the web, and so you don't know if that information is correct. Basically, a lot of kids in the UK are using AI to finish to do assignments, and then wondering why they haven't got good grades, and it's because they haven't read the AI. It's not actually illegal in the UK to use AI in your work, but it's not illegal to use AI in your work, but you've got to read it beforehand because you can't submit if it's AI writes things that doesn't make sense. So for example, I used it to break down a book idea a bit. I used it to break down a book idea I used it to break down a book idea and it changed the main character to a female. And I was like, well, that's. So, yeah, AI is not a legitimate search engine. Yeah, 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 yeah. But also, Hikaru blocks through. If you look at AI imagery, suddenly AI sees it. Yeah, but if you look at AI imagery, Hikaru blocks through. Um, AI imagery is not. If you look at, say, you have a guy that stands there for suddenly 20 years. Say you have a picture of a guy or a man, woman, or whatever. Um, I need to get some food because I just forgot. It's if you have a say you have a picture of a man, woman, or something like that. Especially with AI videos or AI images, you can always see it's an AI image because the it can never get the human eye. It can never get the eye right because there's so much emotion in the human eye. So right now, I'm I took drama as a GCSE when I was in school, so I can act. I can act. Right now, I'm doing an expression of shock, and your eyes are part of that expression. The way your eyes move, the way your eyes go, the way your eyes widen in shock. AI can't understand that. So basically, if you see an AI video or AI short film of someone's eyes, you can see through the eyes it's not real. I'm sad because it looks the same as the art 50 years ago. Yeah, but then AI can do that. AI can do that because not it. Well, they can't do that. It's wrong. But AI will look like that because that's been fed into it, and AI can see what it looks like. Whereas if you're talking about a moving image like AI film, like they're saying at the moment, will films be shot with AI in 50 years' time? There's no way films can be shot with AI in 50 years' time. There's no way films will be able to be shot with AI because you can't, especially with like as I said about the human eye, there's no emotion behind the human eye, and if you look at the face, it can't do human emotion. Actually, I don't like that. Let's just quickly leave that. Yeah, they're not proper movements of the eye body. It can't do that because it can't register that. It's not meant to register that. It can't register it. So yeah, like let's put two more torches there. Um, we're gonna put some flowers here, but it's nighttime. It's getting a bit dark. Yeah, so I did it as a test. I tested Pixlr. That's I used to use it for thumbnails. Did you see the new Minecraft movie? Yes, and I didn't like it. I didn't watch it in. I will admit, I didn't watch it in cinema. Decepted showed me a version of it that he found online, which it basically I weren't impressed by it. I weren't impressed by it for a couple of reasons. Um, I thought some of the acting was a little bit over the top, but particularly as much as I love Jack Black, as much as I love him in films, bro, there were scenes when the green screen was visible. I know I saw that. That was one of the points that I wanted to go across. I'm a film student. I'm a film student. I've been a film student. I'm what up until I will be up until next. I will be up until next month. Um, for example, if my old lecturer, if I showed him a video that a short film that I'd shot and the green screen was visual, he'd have killed me. He would literally have killed me. So how can a movie with £150 million budget do scenes when it's visual? Someone commented on the stream yesterday, it's meant to look bad because it's Minecraft. No film is meant to look bad. Minecraft is just lucky it's such a popular game that people are going to see it. If that was any other film and the edit it was that bad, um, people wouldn't go to see it. What's Decepted? Is Decepted just messaged me? Yes, Decepted has messaged me. Minecraft's a very popular game, so you can't. The problem is, Minecraft is such a popular game. It's like punching someone's sainted mother if you go and butcher it. If you go butcher it. Although there are more fucking movies with alleged. Yeah, but that's a bit different. That's a bit different. 4K cam. If you what films are 4K? What films are 4K? Because every film's shot in 4K. Every film since the 1920s have been shot in 4K. In fact, most films aren't shot in 4K; they're shot in 6K. Um, basically, they've had they've had 4K cameras since the 1920s. But for example, when you have a gigabyte SD card, when you have like a SD card that can take a gigabyte. Um, Nowadays you have things which would take 200, yeah. Yeah. 200 gigs, 300 gigs, a terabyte now, 5 terabytes. They've had 4K films since the 1920s, but they had to compress them down because back in the day, they didn't have the data able to store the footage, to store the data for it. They could never store the data. So, for example, 4K films had to be compressed to standard 1080p, standard HD because they didn't have the storage capacity at the time. to play it in 4K. Um, which is why films always look more crisper in the cinema because the cinemas could do it. Steve was so fat, even the green screen couldn't resist the guy. Is Steve even fat? Oh no, I've left that food in there. That's not a good idea. Have we got any food in there? That'd be brilliant. Yes, we have. Is Steve even fat? Say in game. What Steve is fat? Say in game. Or you can get restricted. I'm not entirely sure what you're talking about, to be honest. Or you can get restricted. Oh, comment. Are you talking about signs getting restricted? That's bedrock. I can type anything on this sign. But the green, um, there's some scenes from the green screen's visual. There was a scene that I saw with the youngest person in the film, that Sebastian Hansen, who was playing the Emma Myers' character's younger brother. Um, there's a scene in that where you can clearly see he's got the green screen rim around him. Yeah, there's a scene in that you can clearly see he's got the green screen rim around him of where they've lit it up for the green screen. Because green screens they've got to light up for you. You have to really light green screens up so that it stays the same color so you can get rid of the background. Problem is, then you've got to take some of that light off eventually so you can turn around and do it. But of course they didn't do that, so that's not the movie is too short. I how long is the Minecraft movie? Um, the Minecraft movie is 141 minutes. The Minecraft movie, that's 141. That's a normal film. That's a normal film. An hour and 30 is a normal film. Yeah. That's what I'm saying, Skatefunk. My lecturer would have killed me if I'd have done that. The fact they've done that with £150 million budget, that's quite bad. Um, an hour and 30 now that's normal for a movie. It's just that most films now keep going to 2.5 hours. But a normal film, a normal film is a film that's not a short. That's not a short film at an hour and 40. Um, a feature film is anything above 60 minutes. A film can be an actual. They would have reduced the color around Steven. It would be okay. Yeah, but you have colorists and lightists that take some of the light out afterwards in the edit for all the different softwares that you can edit. Because those cameras, there's so much data stored in those cameras, you can do anything. For example, take a Canon camera and put it in RAW, then put it into Photoshop. You can edit everything in a Canon RAW. In Canon RAW, you can make things sharper. You can make it a little bit brighter here, a little bit brighter there. You can make it darker in this bit. Canon RAW is amazing, and they shoot all films in RAW. All films are shot in RAW, so they can have so much data. Basically, every film is shot in 6K. Do I believe in Skinwalker? I've heard of that. Is that like I have heard of that, but I'm not entirely sure what it is. Is that um in the UK? It's like what is it? Hikaru blocks fruit. What is Skinwalkers? I think I know what it is. Tomorrow's my computer exam, but I haven't read. Tomorrow's my computer exam, but I haven't read even 10. Okay, I'll say it's sorry. It's all right. I think I know what it is. I think I know what it is, but I think we got a different. I think we got a different min. It's all right. We got a different. I think we got a different name for it in the UK. Baby had a little love, little love, little love. Baby had a little love, little lamb. Oh, pardon me. There we go. The thing is that there was a native tribe that used to do black magic. Is that like America? Is that like America? Is that like in America? Because that sounds very. Yeah, well, it's America, but then I don't believe that. I don't believe about. I don't know. I don't believe that. Um, what I believe that is, I reckon that's a misconception. So, for example, Christopher Columbus, is that his name? Yeah, Christopher Columbus, the guy that's yeah. But I reckon that's a misconception. Can someone buy me the original Minecraft? I don't have the original Minecraft. I have Legacy Console Edition, but that's not original Minecraft. Um, what was I gonna say? Basically, Cory Block Street. What I think on that topic, like Christopher Columbus, the guy that's come across America in the 14th, 15th century. He obviously his fate don't get downloaded on my phone. I don't know what you're talking about. Any redeem code? I don't know what you're talking about, to be honest. Um, yeah, what was I going to say? Um, for example, the it's basically history's told by the victor, if you get what I mean. Seeing a 10-foot guy, yeah, but then you don't know how much is fake though. No offense to you American people in the stream, but America has a lot of fiction. I love this comedian actually. There's a comedian called Al Murray. He's brilliant, and he no offense to any American, but this comedian was brilliant. What he said, when an American can't explain something, they say it's aliens. At least British people are willing to admit that they're drunk and pissed, um, and it's kind of understandable. Like they said, America seems to be the country with the most alien UFO sightings, and it's just at random. It's very there's a joke. There's a joke in my favorite TV series, Doctor Who, about they have a time travel machine. They have the British government in the show have a time travel watch that basically they come across, and they didn't even tell their ally. Bro, I will not lie. Yeah. This doesn't explode. Oh no. I saw it as soon as I knocked him back. I knew he was gonna go. Yeah. You always have it, but then sometimes you got to decipher fact from fiction, because obviously there's a lot of fiction in the world. Oh god, we'll have to repair that some other time. Um, let's just go to bed here for now. There's a bed in here. Um, Mr. Beast. What about Mr. Beast? What's Mr. Beast got to do with it? First person to get inside of pyramid. He's not the first person. They've been letting people in there for years. Um, he's not the first person to get inside the pyramid. They've been doing tours in the pyramid for hundreds of years. That's like no by money, like no by money. But you can pay to get a tour in the pyramids. Yeah, they've been doing Mr. Beast is a very good clickbaiter, I will admit. They've been doing tours of the pyramids since the 4th century BC. You you can enter them. That's the thing I just said. They've been doing tours in there since the 4th century. Mr. Beast is a YouTuber, isn't he? So if he puts a clickbaity title, he's gonna get it. So um I gotta admit, I like Mr. Beast, but then sometimes I find him horrible. They did a video which they never brought out about they were going to the ancient wonders of the world, and they absolutely mocked the British one and ripped it apart for nothing to do there. But that's not the point. The reason it's a historical wonder is because they don't actually know why it was built. Yeah, and I found that quite disrespectful. You wouldn't go to I found Mr. Beast thing quite disrespect. It was his friend at the time, Chris Tyson. Because obviously that he's no longer part of the videos for legal reasons. But the video of him just saying about the about Stonehenge and just ripping it apart and saying, well, why is it an ancient wonder when there's nothing to do there? I was just sat there thinking that's just disrespectful. That's like turning around and saying the White House is a dump and should be why is the White House a thing when you put a Muppet in charge? But I found that quite disrespectful to British history. Do you know? I can tell you how they used to do that. I can tell you how they used to do that, and it's quite a simple thing. It's also how they used to build Stonehenge. Yeah. Do you know how they got the rock? Do you know how they got the stones there? They would send them up rivers, and when they were pulling them, they put logs underneath it. Because if you put logs underneath something big and then pull it, it will slide across the logs. The logs will slide with it. The logs will slide with it. It's basically like an early version of the wheel. And because of putting logs underneath it, the logs will roll. So they brought the stones that they used on Stonehenge. They brought them 150 miles by doing that. No, not that. But that's how they got the stone there. I can tell you how they did most of it. They quarried massive limestone blocks, dragged them there, and then built ramps to build them. No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't. They've tested numerous times. Big rocks, big rocks on the logs. It wouldn't slide. It wouldn't slide because they said that's what it does. They would drag them because the rocks the logs would slide and it would bring the rock. It would basically the rock would stay in the same place because it drags. It's ancient history. It's what they did. It's a mechanism that worked for a very long time. It's what they did to build castles as well. It's what they did to build the old castles, ancient city walls. They just dragged them. Yeah, they are, but everything's mysterious. But if you look at it, though, it's not mysterious. A lot of the stuff that they knew went up in Alexandria. How old are both? Sorry? And also, some of the things they knew, so some of the things that the Egyptians knew went up in Alexandria when the Library of Alexandria burnt. How old am I? 22. That's how old I am. Old. Ooh. But yeah, the Library of Alexandria set humanity back 1,000 years, is the saying. Cool. Yeah, the lighthouse of Alexandria burning, the Library of Alexandria burning. It's basically destroyed. That's where a lot of the information was held. So it burnt back. So yeah, I don't think it's a mystery how it. I don't think it's a mystery how it was built. I don't think it's mysterious how it was built. I just think they lost the information. But there is something interesting about the pyramids, though. In recent times, in a couple of weeks ago, they found evidence of an ancient city underneath the pyramid, and they're saying, did they build the pyramids to protect it from some flood? And they reckon this city could be 38,000 years old, which would predate the first town. It would predate the first city by 18,000 years. But also, you got to think humanity. But they said they've got to go. I think they've got to go down there and have a look at it. They've got to go down there and have a look at it. But for all you know, there could be people living under there. I mean, I don't know. That's quite a cool story about ancient people that you never knew existed there. Yeah, a lost city beneath the Giza pyramids could be thousands of years older than was thought. Um, I wouldn't say it was bigger. I wouldn't say it was bigger than New York. I wouldn't say it was bigger than New York. Um, I wouldn't say it was bigger than New York. The rumor was it was 4,000. Maybe I wouldn't say ancient maybe ancient creatures. You don't know, but it won't be ancient people though. It won't be ancient people. It'll be people born today. It'll be people born today. But you said it would be people born today. But 1,000 years later, like 38,000 years later, they would have stuck to their thing. They would have their own language, their own culture. Um, they would have their own language, their own culture. We'd have to try and learn them. Basically, it'd be like a whole new country. It would basically be a whole new country because Egypt couldn't turn around and claim lordship over them because technically they don't know what Egypt is. They would be tied to old Egypt. For all you know, they could have their own pharaoh and things like that. That'd be really interesting. That should be a cool book idea. They finding an ancient city in the middle of nowhere that's 38,000 years. Because 38,000 years, then humanity would never have formed. Humanity never had formed. Um, Also, talking of that, if the dinosaurs and the asteroid, if it didn't hit that exact spot, then they don't think it would have killed the dinosaurs because it was soft ground. Wherever it hit was soft ground, but it was still a massive asteroid. It was 6.6 miles long. To put it out there, everybody, to put it on here, bro, I'll say real origin. Yeah, humanity would never have things because humanity would never have got to the top because the dinosaurs would have been higher on the food chain. You know, like imagine us trying to run away from a Tyrannosaurus Rex. Um, to put it into perspective, how tall was a Tyrannosaurus Rex? Like 24, 50 feet? I don't know. Here we go. A Tyrannosaurus Rex was as high as 3.7 meters, and as high Tyrannosaurus Rex went between 3.7. A Tyrannosaurus Rex was between 3.7 and 6.1 meters. So what's 3.7? 3 point what 3.7 meters to feet. There we go. 12 foot. So the shortest. Yeah. But that's 100% true. But that's new information. That's only come out in recent years. That's only came out in recent years with information that it basically destroyed the food supply, so they starved to death. But certain things like birds, certain animals like sharks, for example, survived. Certain things like sharks and birds were survivors. The Meg died because I know the Meg was a little bit. The Meg was later on. The Meg was later on. I think the Meg was later on. The Meg was much later on. The Megalodon didn't go extinct. You know, fun fact. Yeah, the Megalodon didn't go extinct till about 3.6 million years ago. So the Megalodon was a lot longer. Was a lot longer afterwards. That was 67 million years ago. The Megalodon lived between 23 and 6 and 3 point. Stegosaurus became T-Rex. I did know that. T Rexes were towards the end of the dinosaur era. But T Rexes were between 12 feet and obviously 6.1. It was 6.1 meters in feet is 20 feet. So yeah, dinosaurs ranged between 12 and 9 feet. So They were tall, and they were pretty big old beasts. Do you know what the funny information is about those though? I suggest you if just Jurassic World Rebirth, yeah, but then for example, that Jurassic World stuff is fake. The Jurassic World information is played for screen, which is why they didn't make which is why they yeah they were the real size of the dinosaurs. Yeah. But to make a story, they changed the they've changed the dinosaurs up. So that's why they didn't give thing and real looks. Yeah, that's why they didn't give. There shouldn't be another There shouldn't be another Jurassic World film. There shouldn't be another Jurassic World film because they turned around and said they'd ended it with the last one, and it's a standalone sequel to Dominion. But basically, they'd announced that they'd ended it, and I don't think they should have done one. In movies, Yeah. Nah, that's the thing. That velociraptors were taller. Velociraptors, an adult velociraptor could be between 4.9 and 6'8". That's not hair. They didn't have hair. They had fur. They had feathers. Um, it's the same with it's the same with T Rexes, which they didn't. The reason they didn't give them feathers in Park or all those films is because they can't be seen as a scare. They can't be seen scary if they have feathers. So basically, I have no confidence I have no confidence in any of them making it realistic because they're not gonna make it realistic, are they? They're gonna have to try and find some way to make them scary. So making them with scales rather than having feathers, like they gave, but in Dominion it was like a different species. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But Dominion is a terrible film. I will admit, I love Jurassic Park, but Dominion was a terrible film. In these things, I have a lot of knowledge. Yeah, yeah, yeah. But Dominion is a. I'm a film student, so you can say so. Um, I'm a film student, so obviously, but Dominion was fan service. Dominion didn't have to be a film, and basically, the amount of people, the original was great. The original was great, and they tried to make it realistic. In fact, the original should have been stop motion. The original should have been stop motion. The original film was great. The original film's great. I love that film. Such a great film. In fact, it should have been stop motion. It should have been stop motion, and then the guys from ILM, Industrial Light and Magic, said, "I think we can do this with animation, with CGI." And Steven Spielberg turned around and said, "Prove it." And then he had his world famous stop motion animator next to him, and the stop motion animator. Dominus Rex, that's Jurassic World. That's Jurassic World, isn't it? That's Jurassic World. That's the fourth film. That's when they rebranded it. Jurassic Park is the original. Jurassic Park's the original when Steven Spielberg was the director. Um, but Jurassic World Dominion should never have been made. It just was. It was poorly planned, and it was basically them trying to make another one. But I liked the Jurassic World. No, I understand that. Um, Jurassic World is a great film. It's a great film. Colin Trevorrow did a good job, but then I think it went downhill. It went downhill, and it's not. The films went downhill afterwards, but the problem with it is every time a film series does well, they keep trying to cash it out. They keep trying to make a cash grab on it, and then it loses its magic because they're not trying to make a film. They're just trying to make money. And that's what happened with Jurassic World Dominion. It was just a cash grab where they got all the actors back. And which Spider-Man, the Sam Raimi ones, the Tobey Maguire ones, the Andrew Garfield ones, or the Tom Holland ones. The Tobey ones. In fact, I I think I've watched one of them. I watched a little bit of the Andrew Garfield ones. I watched a little bit of the Tobey Maguire one. I watched one of them. Yeah, but that's the truth. But that's the thing. But Spider-Man is a kid. Yeah. In fact, I think I wasn't even born in the. When did um when did the first Spider-Man come out? When did his first Spider-Man come out? Um, oh, 2002. So it was the same. So that film's the same age as me. Jesus. 2009 wasn't 2009 because the first Spider-Man film, the Tobey Maguire Spider-Man's, the first one came out when the year I was born. Um, I I know obviously Spider-Man 2. Spider-Man 2 was obviously when I would have been was 2004. I'm not sure when 3 was. And then they obviously scrapped 4. 2007. 2007. I remember when I was seeing it at cinema, I was 5 years old. Yeah, what do I remember seeing? I remember seeing I know I saw Finding Nemo in I know I saw Finding Nemo in I know I saw Finding Nemo in cinema. I would have been 1 years old. I would have been young. It would have been on like a I would have been a young child and taken in. Um I definitely remember watching the first Kung Fu Panda in the first Cars film. Shark Tale would have been another one. Oh, Shrek 2 probably as well. Shrek 2, Shrek 3. I watched Shrek 4. I watched Shrek 4 in cinema. I've only ever watched Shrek Forever After once. Um, what else do I remember watching in cinema? I remember watching all 3 Hobbit films in cinema. I remember watching obviously Force Awakens, Rogue One. We're not going to mention the other Star Wars films. Um, so I remember watching Solo. I don't think Solo was. I don't. Now I look back, I think I've only watched Solo once. I loved the Kylo Ren part. The Maul part at the end, but I'm like, they should have done something with that. They made this whole thing about Maul surviving. Yeah, but Jurassic Park, great film, but I don't. Jurassic World, sorry. Well, the Jurassic Park film series, great films, but I don't think they needed Dominion. I think it could have ended at Fallen Kingdom, but Fallen Kingdom I didn't mind, but Fallen Kingdom isn't great either, and it was gradually going downhill, but I could not watch Jurassic World Dominion. I turned it off after about 5 minutes because I just didn't know where it was going. Staring down the barrel. Oh, okay. But yeah, what's another film recently? Waiting for what's another film that I didn't think that needed a sequel? Um, oh, um, The Matrix. I didn't think The Matrix needed a sequel either. There's some films that why do you bother making you don't need to keep making sequels. But the problem I have with films now is they just want to get as much money as possible. You've got to start inventing new ideas. You can't keep going back to the same idea. Matrix 1 to 3, great films, but they need to go with ideas. There's a film I watched called Wonder a few years ago. It came out in like 2017. Um, Great film. I'm surprised that's not hi- I more widely known. Great film, honestly, beautifully crafted film. The little sequel prequel they did has come out. Um, Amazing film as well. But some films, the problem is you have nowadays you have some films that don't get you have some films nowadays that they don't get enough stories, and then you have some that keep going. For example, like Fast and Furious and Saw, they need to rein that in. No offense to anyone that likes those franchises, but what's the point to just keep going and making as many films as possible? Because eventually it gets stale. I said the same about Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Um, Diary of a Wimpy Kid. If you um see that how that's gone, what is it now? 30 books. Like, what's the point of just keep writing the same thing? Like, for example, I'm going to be hypocritical here. I would love to do quite a few stories on my Dawn of Planet series, but then I can cover aspects. I can cover other characters' narrative. For example, with my book, when this book I'm working on, I can do that quite a few times because I can focus on other people's narratives. I can focus on other characters' narratives and side stories. But Diary of a Wimpy Kid, it's always going to be about the same character that's been in school for a lot longer than most people should. I mean, he's done 30 books. Like, Greg Heffley is like 12 in the first one, so he should be about 30 now. Greg Heffley should be about 30 now. If he's 12 in the first one, he would have been born in 95. Hello, TKF Earth. Welcome to the stream. Here, how old? How old is Greg Heffley? 12 years old. No, what year was he born? Here we go. What year was Greg Heffley born in? Um, this is just an experiment, everybody. Here it is. Greg Heffley, born 1996. So the character would have been born in 96, for example. Um, how? So he would have left school, if it's America, he'd have left school in 2013, 2014. That's 10 years ago. So he would be like 29, 30. How can you keep writing books and saying he's still 12? He's done 30 of them. That's like, I want to do a I want to do a lot of stories in my Dawn of Planet series, but I can do side stories about certain characters. I can do a side story about how I don't know, Crindian Bonaparte becoming something. I can do a side story about Agent One taking on an alien power. Um, I can do a side story about Agent Two going off on an adventure somewhere. I can do that, and that makes sense because you can write a lot about certain characters and their different narratives. But if you're doing something like, for example, Diary of a Wimpy Kid, when you're writing 30 books on the same character and saying he's the same age as he is when he started, like, how does that work? I just don't get. I just don't get where the. I just don't. Honestly, I just don't get where the logic is there. Um, please tell me your opinions on it. Boo! Hello, Red X 101. Welcome to the stream. We were just discussing the topic that we were discussing on the stream is films and book franchises going on too long. So I mentioned Jurassic. It's like my class test tomorrow. If I fail, I'll not get class in class 9. I'm not entirely sure what you mean, Hikaru Blocks Fruit. Um, for example, I discussed Jurassic World Dominion, sorry, the third Jurassic World film, and obviously the sixth overall of the Jurassic Park franchise. Um, it was such an unneeded film. Jurassic Park World's gone on too long. I think it should have ended on 5. Like, if I fail, you won't get to read in class 9. Okay. Yeah, so, for example, I think it should have ended on film 5. I think Fallen Kingdom was the perfect ending because they opened the gates and they let the dinosaurs out. That's a perfect ending. It was just fan service doing a third one, and quite a few people hated it. And I was talking to someone on a film. I was talking to someone on a film set actually, and they said Jurassic World Dominion just felt like fan service. He goes, and it felt like such an unnecessary film. And for example, I'm going to use Diary of a Wimpy Kid as an example. Diary of a Wimpy Kid. Or, yeah. So they're doing another. They said that would be Indoraptor is a menace, kills for Fenris and Dominus. Yeah, I didn't like. There's only one thing I didn't like about the Jurassic World franchises is they started making their own dinosaurs, which I thought was wrong. Um, Genetic splicing and making their own stuff. Like I thought that was just a cheap. I thought that was like a cheap shot at trying to make things more scary than the originals. Here, we can make our own dinosaurs now. And I hate that they made Wu. I hate that they made Henry Wu a monster. Henry Wu is a good character in the first one. So why did they make him a monster now? Why did they just? And that just felt like it was just poor. What do we do? It's like they've written it and they're gone. What do we do? Oh no, we're just gonna take this guy from the first one, make him a monster, and we'll work out what happens later on. Blimey, what did I write in my notes last night? Um, oh, we said we just make him a monster. Oh yeah, we're just gonna do that then. Oh, sorry, bit of skin come out. For example, Diary of a Wimpy Kid. The first book came out in 2007. So how old was everybody when the first Diary of a Wimpy Kid came out? So the first Diary of Wimpy Kid came out in 2007. Um, zero, so you were born 2007. Um, or you were born past beyond that, and it's negative something. Uh, so I was 5. I was 5 when the first one came out. He's 12 in the first one. 18 years later, he is still writing Diary of a Wimpy Kid and still saying the character's 12. Well, it depends on the month it came out. Do you know what? I don't know. Shall I have a look? Diary of a Wimpy Kid novel series. When did the first one come out? It came out in the 1st of April 2007. So it came out 18 years. It came out 18 years ago. A couple of days ago. 18 years ago. Bloody hell. Yeah, so a few months before I was born. Okay, yeah. For example, everybody then. Um, he's 12 in the book, so he would be 7 years older than me. So if he would be. I was 5 when the first one came out. Well, 4, 4. I wasn't quite 5 yet, so I would have been starting school that year. I would have been starting school that year. Um, for example, I would have been 5 that year. So the book came out when I was 5. Greg Heffley is 12 years old in that story. So he would have been born in like 96. He would have been born in like 1996, 2005, 1996, 1995. He's 12 years old, and he's still 12 in the story on book 30, which is 18 years later, and it's meant to be each school year. So Greg Heffley would be 30. Greg Heffley, if he was alive, he would be 30 years old. He would now be 30 years old because he would be born in 95. He would be 30, probably putting on a bit of a fat belly. I'm joking. I'm joking. He'd be putting on a bit of a beer belly. 30 years old, and I don't know, working for some, I don't know, investment firm. Just that's just a joke, but 30 years old. So he would have been 30 years old. He'd be 30 years old. So how can you turn around and keep justifying writing books when your character that's meant to have been born in bloody 90 whatever, your character that should have been born in 96, and you're still doing books saying they're 12, 18 years later. So, and the fact that he's done 30 books now, just let it die. Stop writing novels. Honestly, just end it. I'm going to be a bit hypocritical here and say something. Um, but I would love to write 30 stories with my Dawn of Planets series. But but the main story, yeah, the main story is 7 stories. Whereas, but I can go and explore other characters' narratives, not narratives, but I can explore other parts of the galaxy. I can explore what makes the main characters thing. I can explore other characters because there's always going to be another character on the front line. If you get what I mean. I can do, prequels. I can do sort of prequel style storylines of, you know, whereas Agent 1 is the main character, he's the main character, the leader of the war efforts, for example. There's always stories that you can tell of people that are generally in the line of fire on the front line. And if you get what I mean, I can do that. I can do stories. I can do a story called Underworld, and it's all about the people that are trapped in the crossfire. I can do that. And that makes sense if you get what I mean. It makes sense that you can do that because you can go and it's a bit like, for example, Lord of the Rings. The amount of stories that J.R.R. Tolkien did in the Middle Earth trilogy, because you could use so many storylines following X amount, the Children of Hurin, the Silmarillion, and that works because you can go and tell multiple storylines, do multiple bits. Whereas, for example, in Diary of a Wimpy Kid and that, what what other narrative can you do? You're always focusing on one person. You're focusing on him. For example, as well, you can do the same in films, like the Saw films and the Fast and Furious films. They're on like 15 film. They're like 15, 16 films now. Like, just give it up. Like, stop. It's not about the fans. It's not about their film fans and the franchises anymore. It's about is oh, can we get as much money as possible from this? How much can we make from this? Um, Here we go. Saw 11, 2025. Like, why? For example, the Fast and Furious film series, for example, they're probably bringing out another film just because I know what that's bloody like. Not principal cast. Here we go. What's the next one? There's two entitled film. There's two, there's three more, and there's another Fast X Part 2 2026. There's Fast X Part 2 2026. There's three Fast and Furious Presents Hobbs and Reigns. There's a United standalone film, United female led spin off. And they've already done bloody what? Hold on. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They've done 10 films. That would be their 12th film. And they've done two spin offs. Like, that's just ridiculous. Hello, Kirill Ribachik. Ribachik, welcome to the stream. But yeah, like some of these films, like why is this? Why are they going? Can keep cashing out on the same films? It just doesn't make sense. It generally don't make sense. Why do they keep cashing out on the same film franchises year in year out? Like, give it a break. Make something new. If as a young filmmaker, I'm sat there like, I deserve a shot. I deserve a shot if they as like a young filmmaker, I'm looking at this going, I deserve a shot. Why are we going to the same people that keep making the same film over and over again? Which is why I love people like Steven Spielberg, for example, because everything was different. He hated making sequels. Christopher Nolan's only ever made sequels to what? Christopher Nolan's only ever made sequels to one film, and that's the Dark Knight trilogy. And his Batman trilogy works perfectly. Works perfectly, and he did it from a whole different perspective that some people would do it. He focused more on the villains and the psychological side of Batman, whereas other people have focused more on Batman. Oh, there we go. Thank you to the people who subscribed, by the way. We're aiming to hit 5,400 subs by the end of the month. As it stands at the moment, we have 5,307. We currently have 200 views on this stream, which is incredible. Oh, actually, I said we were going to do something at 200 views, didn't I? Why don't we have a live audio reading of my book?
Chapter 1. Darkness.
How loud? How loud do
Ascending.
we need it?
There are
Can
many
you hear
worlds
it?
out there. Some young, some red, some blue, and some dead. Across
I have
creation,
used AI,
there was
everybody. I
a
used
planet
AI
unlike our own, a world of
to do
red
it.
skies and red grass that spread across the horizon as far as you could see across the whole peninsula, a barren, dying world. There were hills, mountains, and lake beds that had dried up. This world was on its last
Hey Joe, you're my
frontier.
favorite YouTuber I've
Half
discovered
of
in
this world had
2025.
already
Thank you.
been
Can
battered
you
by the
all hear it?
forces of
Can
death,
you all hear the
while the
bot
other half of
reading the
this world
first
had kept
chapter
its
of The Attack from
vast and
Space?
spectacular terrain.
This is a novel
But
I
even
wrote
now the world was
last
close
year,
to death.
but I come up with the
Across
idea in
this dying, barren
2012,
world,
so 13 years
there
ago.
were little plunders of life trying ever so hard to adapt to their changing environments. But all had failed. Nature was finally taking its course. Way past the
I
majestic
heard the
mountains
audio
of
for the
old
bot.
were
Okay,
big
good.
cities that burst up into the
We're
sky.
gonna play it. It's
The
14
sky
minutes
was a
long because
solid blue
I've
color,
done the
most
whole
like
first
our own,
chapter.
except for the odd floating ship flying past now and then. These great
It's not
cities
annoying
spanned for
either. Yeah,
miles and miles
I've used an
around.
AI. I've used
The
CapCut's
designs of
AI
these
voice
cities were
generator.
extravagant, better than anything we could have
But
dreamt
I've
of.
picked one
Through
was
this
quite deep
gigantic
and
alien city,
mysterious.
there were many buildings of shapes and
It
sizes
might get some of
scattered
the
around
words
the
wrong
area,
though,
patterned with
so
life. But not the type of life that would look normal to you and me. The city was spectacular, with massive skyscrapers
I can't hear it
dotted around
myself, but I know
everywhere.
the words.
There were no roads in these cities, which meant no cars shooting in every direction imaginable. There were what they called transport pods, which were faster and more dependable than a car, as they did not break down. You would step into a pod, and, say your destination, in 2 seconds you were there. These cities were far more futuristic and far more advanced than all our cities combined. There was a road that stretched through the whole city, which led to the most marvelous, most gigantic palace ever. The palace was large and built out of white sandstone. It had two massive statues on both
Hmm.
sides of the two huge doors at the
I should
front
probably I
of the
should listen to
palace.
it too, shouldn't I?
These statues did not look like us. They had 2 legs and 4 arms, but their body were more of a sphere shape with a head on top of it. Inside the building was equally impressive with red and gold flooring going through the building. Throughout this building there were multiple rooms, but at the bottom of one corridor, there were voices from behind a big black door. In this room there were 2 shadowy figures, both with 2 legs and 4 arms, but their body shape was more of a sphere shape. The pair had gathered in a massive, dark, vaguely lit room which was nothing more than 30 feet wide and 20 feet long.
I
Sir,
just
our
made the
warriors and
screen a bit
ships are ready
smaller.
for the conquest, one of the figures told the other. Excellent, it is all going as planned. It is time for our people to claim our new world. The other said with a menacing voice. He spoke. It's time for the Zelrodians to live again on Earth, the person said with a deep voice that sounded very menacing. The pair left this room and went down a corridor into a narrow elevator, where the pair went down what seemed like hundreds of feet into an enormous room. There were hundreds of these ships. The pair were approached by legions and legions of soldiers. One of the 2 men walked over to the soldiers and turned to gaze at the other man, as if he were of some sort of nobility. He opened his mouth and began, "Listen up today. We are at a turning point in our history because our beloved Zeltron is dying. I know it's sad, but we will be taking a slightly bigger planet from a relatively primitive species known as humans. We will claim Earth, build it, shape it, and add it to part of our great empire. But this will not come without price. Some of you may die, but your deaths will not be forgotten, as it will be part of the savior of the Zelrodians' way of life. To Earth, to our destiny."
It is
He
Zelrodian
boomed
ways,
fiercely. "Hail!" All the legions shouted, "Hail Zelrod!" They all boomed again as they disembarked to their designated spaceships. As they all began to move whatever ship they were supposed to be on, it descended into utter chaos with thousands of people going in all directions. These ships were huge, with some being over 1,000 feet long and at least 500 feet wide. When these ships were about to set off, there were screams and shouts from all around as a crowd had formed to support their heroes. The roof opened, and then all 100 of their ships started to rise from the ground and out into the atmosphere. All of the ships hovered thousands of feet above the ground before suddenly, they all shot up and into the orbit of the planet Zeltron, ready to start their long and tiresome journey to Earth. "Earth, here we come," Zelrod said with a menacing glee. "Sir," said a figure. "Yes, General Sebastian," he said. "The men are talking about the problems we have to face." "Well, you see, Sebastian said, struggling to get the words out. "Spit it out." He boomed fearfully. "We may have to face him," he said nervously. "Oh, Sebastian, that kid and his entire family are locked up by my friend Vadoshimpa, so I wouldn't worry about him. He won't interfere with these plans. How could he anyway? From a cell," he said, trying to calm his friend down. "What a relief, my king," he exclaimed. "Yes, it is rather. It would make this mission far harder to achieve if he were there
It's
to
not my
stop us,"
narration. I just used the
Zelrod confirmed.
voice. I used
The
the
inside of the
vocal
ship
thing.
was incredible. It was like a being in a floating palace. It had multiple floors which were covered by red carpets and gold lighting. Every soldier on each ship had their quarters, which comes with luxury as the Zelrodians. Believe if your people do not have luxury, then they may not follow what your cause is. Zelrod's quarters were filled with gold furniture and blue carpet, because on Zeltron blue is exceedingly rare, which means it is only for nobility. Zelrod's quarters were around 20 feet wide and 20 feet long, but there was another massive room connected to it where Zelrod would meet with all his generals on his flagship, which was called Dark Xavier. Zelrod had 2 flagships, and the other was by far his favorite of the 2. Its name was the Rakasararia Palantrum. All of the battleships were filled with hundreds, if not thousands, of rooms which were vital for the conquest, which to them the conquest was going to be the easy part. The soldiers' morale was at an all-time high, for their latest mission was going to be the most important that they had ever undertaken. The very existence depended on it. The soldiers were very proud to be embarking on it for them and their families. The ships had a massive canteen where thousands of Zelrodians would eat. There were libraries, meeting areas, and even swimming pools. These swimming pools had windows on the sides of the pool where water would go up against the windows, so they could swim and look out at the planets and the beauty of the cosmos itself that they were flying through. The ship sped towards Earth. Every inch was an inch closer to their goal, and the human race's complete eradication. The plan of attack would be a simple one: wipe cities off the face of the Earth, and cull these humans they had heard so much about, so the Zelrodian race could start to colonize the world into the way they wanted it to be. Zelrod had his plan to destroy their civilization, which in turn they were hoping to remove what the Zelrodians would call the inferior beings. It seems so strange conquering another planet for Zeltron. We have conquered so many planets, and make no mistake, Earth has been on the top of the radar for some time. Although the first in my reign, but I led the battles in all the conquests
Started pausing.
for over a decade and a half, but none of our conquests have worked. But Earth and its human disease is nowhere as advanced as the Krasfarxians or the Grams. Maybe works themselves, but this will be far smoother sailings, he exclaimed. But why did you choose this world over ones closer like Radanangor or Glisa or even Surtan? Surely there's something more to this. Well, this seems a little bit personal, do you get what I mean? So my lord, why did you choose Earth? Sebastian asked. One word, Sebastian: revenge. Zelrod replied. Is this because of what happened 2 years ago? Sebastian asked. Yes. He brought this on himself. He did a terrible thing, and he will pay, Zelrod uttered. Yes, my lord, said Sebastian while standing up to leave the room. Back on Zeltron, hundreds of thousands of people had come to watch their army leave to save their race from extinction. All Zelrodians would be classed as unique because of their green skin and the 4 arms and 2 legs, but their bodies were ball-shaped and round with big eyes and crooked teeth. Some would call their teeth white and sharp because of their shape and size. Their clothes were made of an alien fabric and were all green and brown. They had armor with them just in case. The Zelrodians' army had been preparing for the invasion since September of 2013. They had begun preparations by upgrading their arsenal with new weapons and lasers that would cause heavy destruction. In one of the ship's common rooms, a couple of soldiers had started talking about what their new life may be like on Earth. Do you think there would be mountains? A soldier questioned. Why wouldn't there be mountains? How much of a stupid question is that? Can you name a world that doesn't have mountains? Another answered. Well, Udana doesn't have mountains, so duh, the other soldier replied. No, it has a range of large hills instead. So duh, another soldier replied. The ships had huge engines which looked vastly superior to human understanding. All the spaceships were equipped with lots of different rooms, which gave all the Zelrodians' soldiers comfort, which is something they would all need on this long journey. The ships were surprisingly comfortable for those on board, even though they were going at some ridiculously fast speed. Zelrod and all his generals gathered in his royal apartments. General Forcio, General Stefan, and General Sebastian, we have some decisions to make. Zelrod consuled and then started again. We need to work out our plans of attack, sir. We could land, then attack through brutality and show them what terror means. Forcio commented. Well, we could, but that would be wrong. We should ask them first. Who knows, they may be stupid. Zelrod replied. Aye, aye, sir, Forcio added. Sir, we could attack if they don't bow down to our demands, Stefan replied. Yes, indeed, that would work, Zelrod confirmed. They all sat around a long round table and negotiated what they needed to do, but no decisions were made. So Zelrod later gathered his generals in a big throne room that must have been around about 100 feet long with solid black and red walls so they could produce their ideas of how to win the war. All the generals were sitting around a huge desk with Zelrod was sat at one side of the long table, and his best friend General Sebastian sitting at the other. Gentlemen, it is nice to see you all now. I have brought you all here to discuss our plans for our conquest of the planet Earth, and what needs to happen to make sure we succeed in our goals, so please make sure you do your part for the job, he articulated. They believed that their mission was going to be the best and the biggest in Zelrodian history, which is what the Zelrodian king had hoped and wanted his people to think. He needed their total support to even attempt this. The throne room itself had huge white old Zelrodian hieroglyphics on it, which one said, Sitin Kra Unsamatara, which in English means once a king, always a king. But Zelrod knew that he was the only one who knew why he chose Earth over many other worlds that were far closer to Zeltron. The ships were incredibly well designed. There were many seats and soft sofas for the men to sit on. A group of Zel were the bringer of darkness. He sat in
I
this room
can't
and read
believe
an
it's
ancient
taken me ages
Zelrodian
to find it.
hieroglyphic off the wall. Sodafa Kanatania Relava Gurt Yud Port Geronicus Voltavia Ramos Ramavia, Rethom Statlenberg. In English, it would translate to, for the survival of the greatest race in the history of the universe, one world must be taken
Is
with
it
or
loading?
without. Consent for the
Is it loading
survival of the
everybody? I
Zelrodian
don't
way
know.
of life. The ships had sped up again, and this time they were going at least 100,000 miles per hour. They flew past constellations of stars. Their journey across the cosmos had begun. The fuel drives erupted into full throttle, and with a huge sparkle of blue and red light, they were going 500,000 miles per hour, what was deemed as superspeed. They looked at their mission ahead. If they did not invade a new world, their glorious race would go extinct. The humans of Earth had no idea of what was coming and had no idea of the plan in motion.
There we go. I'm going to quickly get rid of that. Chapter 1, The Attack from Space. Yeah, did everyone hear the end bit? Did everyone hear the end bit where the chapter ended? Humans had no idea of the plan in motion. The plan in motion. Is it? Is the stream working now, everybody? That's. I can. Right. Is the stream working, everybody? I don't know. Um. Let's open Word up. Let's open Word and we can find the names. I'll find the names of the chapters for everybody. Is the stream working? It should be. I hope it's working because I don't have a clue. There you go. That's the one I want. Hello to the people who's on the stream. Is the stream working? Because I have no idea if this stream is doing anything at the moment. Oh, now it's gone to top chat. Okay, so I might not be able to see everyone's comments. Can everyone see the chat? Like, or hear the audio? I don't know. No, did I click that? No. I can hear and see. Hey man. Hey man, first time seeing you. What's up? Hello. Um, Drew E. Welcome to the stream. We're live on Minecraft Legacy Console Edition. Thank you. I've just done. The reason I asked that is because I had problems just now. I write novels in my spare time, so I've just aired. I just aired the first chapter. I write novels in my spare time and I publish them. And I've just aired the first chapter. I've using AI. I used an AI voice creator and basically I use text to speech. Not really AI. I use text to speech, and I just made a video and aired it of the first chapter. Just Drew. How old am I? Old. 22. I've been playing Minecraft for a long time. There we go. Here we go. What am I doing? Um, that ain't. Oh, brother, I'm 19. I mean, I'm joking. I know I'm not old, but we had someone in here earlier on that was 16 when I was 14. And so if they were 4 years old then, that meant they were a decade younger than me, which I felt old. But I am fully aware I'm not old. Um, did everyone enjoy the chat? Did everyone enjoy the live audio reading of Dawn of Planets, the attack from space? It's more for phones. Yeah. No, I haven't changed the aspect ratio. It just has that theme. That is true. The aspect ratio. Yeah, I changed. I enjoyed it very much. Yeah, I can tell you all the names of the chapters, everybody, because I can look at the Word documents. So hold on a minute. Navigation chapter. So the chapter 1, the darkness ascending. Chapter 2, the one who mattered. Chapter 3, JIB 1. Chapter 4, the voice from space. Chapter 5, the Mindrosian appeal. Chapter 6, the attack. Chapter 6, the passing. Chapter 8, Barnsfield. Chapter 9, fortifications. Chapter 10, the invasion. Chapter 11, Vadorks. It's not Vador. It's Vadorks, but it changes things. The evacuations of Barnsfield. The Night of Dark Times. The Fall of the North. The Rise of the Save. Carter. The Bellborn Initiative. The Nightmare Unfolding. The Verge of the Final Battle. Beginning of the End. And I can tell you all. I can tell everybody here the names of the second book chapters: The New Age, The Book in the Bush, The United Front, Reconnaissance, One Bad Day, Operation Strike Back, The Attack on the Outposts, The King's Calling, Gloucestershire Uprising, The Invasion Again, Bombardment, Retaliation, The King's Choice, The Second Battle of Liverpool, Scotland Stands, The Earth United Front, The Battle of Carlisle, for Newcastle, The Siege of Scarborough, Blackpool Revolts, Barnsfield's Speech, Reinforcements, The Battle of the Six Armies, a Reunited Kingdom, and the Great British Recovery Committee, and Barnsfield's New World Order. You are more quiet now. Oh, that's because I turned it. Let me speak. Clandestine war of information with a secret society. Like the Illuminati. Like the Illuminati. Clandestine war of information. Yeah. I turned it down when I did the audio thing, so my voice didn't overshadow the audio drama. The audio. Um, would anyone like to see a chapter 2 of that? It's a good idea. I can do the chapter 2 on a different stream. It's I've had an idea to do it for weeks, and I made that weeks ago. Well, if it isn't Stampy the second. That's kind of funny. Hello, Pixel King DX. Welcome to the stream. But yeah, I can actually. Why don't I just read? Um, no, I did it weeks ago. I did it weeks ago because I saw people do it, and I'm going to keep it like this because more people are finding the stream. More people are turning up and finding these streams. If I do it in this ratio, more people are like finding that. I have no idea what you're talking about, but I respect it. Oh, clandestine, so like secret war. It's basically like an official war. That's what I mean. So war with a secret, like the Illuminati, like secret, secret underground organizations. So basically, to run it down properly, to run it down properly, the last book I wrote, the main character, ironically, it's the same main character as the Dawn of the Attack from Space story that I just showed the first chapter of. The main character of that story, because it's a third story to that. But the main character fights a secret war of information with a terrorist organization. He's trying to find out who the terrorist organization is, and they're trying to stop him from finding out any more information, which will stop them from their goals. So it's basically like, um, It's basically like Soviet Union. It's basically like, finding information on the Soviet Union and hoping the KGB doesn't catch you before you do. Um, if you get what I mean. That's just a term that I've used for it. It's like being a spy. It's like being a spy, trying to find information on your enemy before they work it out, or before they stop you. Sounds pretty in depth. Keep it up, man. Thank you. I'm gonna read chapter 2 out, everybody, because why not? I'm gonna read chapter 2 out, but let me just get down. I'm gonna have to zoom it in because I'm blind as a bat. Here we go. I'll read chapter 2. Chat though. Actually, hold on. I can do some. I can cheat. If I turn around and do that, if I turn around and do that, I can bring. I've made another tab. Oh, That's a good question. That is a good question. With a film, you're just telling the story. You're not thinking about camera angles. With a film, you're you're just telling the story. But with this, I've got to be conscious about what I'm describing. But you don't really describe what it is. You don't really describe with a film set. You just tell the story, and then they turn around and make it the way they want. The director turns around and makes it the way they want, in the style they want, in the cinematic style they want. So, um, yeah, the director fills gaps, but also because obviously I want to be a filmmaker and I've been studying film for 6 years. So yeah, and also the director, you pretty much you write it. It's not more notes. You lets depth and description. Yeah, there's more description on the storyline of what happens, but the actual art direction, the actual art stuff, and like how it looks, that goes to someone else. So you don't do that. But if you're writing a book, you're telling the story. You're describing how the world looks, what the world looks like. You're describing what the world looks like, how it feels, what it feels like. So, for example, I haven't described the main characters in my book. In my books, I haven't described the main characters because I want you to feel like you're the main character. I want young people what reading it to understand that they're to feel like they're the main character, so they can feel. Does everyone like the British flag, by the way? It's kind of. Does it look realistic? Union Jack. Yeah, it took me ages to work it out. I tried to make one years ago and I couldn't work out how to do it, and I found a tutorial the other day. I'm gonna read chapter 2. Chapter 2: The One Who Mattered. Far across the universe in a white cell with absolutely nothing in it, just a toilet at the back, not even a bed. It was far from comfortable. All there was in that cell was a small boy sleeping quietly on the cold, wet floor. Yes, I am from the UK. I am, yeah. The quiet, however, did not last long, as the door flung open and a shadowy figure walked in and looked through the glass at the little boy and began to yell, "Get up now!" The sound of the man's voice. I'm having to quickly scroll down, everybody, just because. There we go. Oh, that's. Sorry. I inadvertently scrolled too far. The sound of the man's voice was scary enough, causing the young boy to leap to his feet. Yes, I'm awake. What do you want? The young voice said in utter fear. How dare you speak to me like that, boy? The man roared, and you will be silent and stop disrupting this organization. No, I do not want to, nor will I ever be silenced, the boy yelled back, causing the older man to look down at him. Silence, be quiet, will make you be quiet. He raged. Yes, sir, the boy said, as the man walked to the door, opened it, and in the swirl of sound slammed the door shut. The young boy had been in the cell for the last year. Even he knew he had been a little obnoxious as of late, which was because 365 days in a locked cell for absolutely no reason at all was very harsh and very scary. His cell was lit by white lights up at the top. The cell was completely empty apart from the young boy himself. The doors opened again, and in came this very tall girl. She was like 5'10" or 5'11", whereas the young boy himself was only around 4'6". "Yeah, you're awake. Now I'm going to use you as target practice." The young girl bellowed. Excitedly opened the door. "You are not Sophia. I will not be used as target. Not again," the boy shouted. "You're in no position to stop me, and you aren't Agent 1 anymore." The girl bellowed, grabbing him, throwing him around like a rag doll until he was knocked unconscious by a slam to the wall. His name was Agent 1, and he was formerly the head of the JIB-1 agents, pronounced as JIB-1. He set it up when he was 10 years old in 2012, which kids helped save lives. The first mission they did saved well over 400 lives. This agency was not the only agency that operated like this. A similar company was set up by Benito Patronsdale in 2009. After he woke from his period of unconsciousness, he came to his decision. Enough was enough. He'd had enough. 365 days of this, 365 days of hell, he shouted to himself as he looked around. He was wearing a grey metal suit. That was what all the GRB1 agents wore, and it covered all of their body, with the head the only thing uncovered, and it had a long black cape came out from the side just to an inch or two above the floor. He jumped into the window, which came crashing down in a great shattering, in which one pane of glass had now become a million. He had to hurry. Someone surely would have heard that as loud as that, because becoming quicker by the second, he was descending staircases trying to find a door, which he finally found one and left the building. The siren suddenly shouted to start to ring. "All units, prisoner escape. Repeat, prisoner escape. Agent 1 has escaped." A voice shrieked. Floodlights turned on, and Agent 1 hid behind a few crates as he watched the units come by until they were all gone, and he simply walked out through the front door and was free. He walked down the road and was aware that they still could be following him, so he decided to walk into the woods, as that is somewhere that they would not expect him to go. After walking for over an hour into the woods, he decided to stop and take a breather. Where am I from? I'm from the UK. Right, Dursborough town is 3 miles that way. I can get sleep in that tree for now, using my cape as a blanket. Climbed up to the tree to a suitable branch, unclamped his cape from his suit, and used it as a blanket and started to sleep. Even though many would say this was an uncomfortable place to sleep, to him it was the most comfortable sleep that he'd had in a year. I'm from America. Cool. Back at the base, there was a room of people being absolutely yelled at. "We need him found. You were an idiot. Why was the glass not reinforced?" Agent One's mad uncle, Vadok Shimper, yelled. "Sir, you told us to get that glass on a cheap." "Yes, on the cheap, not made out of bloody sticky tape." He yelled again. How could he escape? And this has destroyed all of our plans. How can we rebuild this world when someone like Agent 1 is here to protect the world? This is Nintendo Switch Edition, the Legacy Console Edition. The table was full of quiet expressions. People were scared to even say an opinion until Vadox looked up. Looked at the people around him. I know. We'll go to them. 1 hour later, they all turned up to another of his prison buildings that Vadox owned. He walked in. "Where would your little brother go?" he shouted. He did not see his nieces and nephews' faces as they were covered in darkness, just their shadows on the wall. "Ha ha ha, he made it out. Good on the little tyke," someone exclaimed, laughter mingling with the air like a wild breeze. "Silence," Vados bellowed, his voice echoing menacingly off the cold stone walls of the dimly lit room. One of Agent One's siblings, a flicker of calm amidst the chaos, pleaded with desperation shining in her eyes. "He's free. We're overjoyed. He's our little brother, and we love him with all our hearts. Please let us go, we beg you." "Absolutely not. You will remain in this cell forever, for an eternity. Do you hear me?" Vadok shot back, his piercing glaze sending shivers down their spines as he exited. With a resounding thud, the door slammed shut, plunging them once again into the oppressive sign of confinement. "I'm thrilled he got away, but if I were him, I'd be running for the hills right now. He'd go back to JLB1 though," one of the siblings said, nervously, her voice quickening at the weight of this situation sank in. "I just hope we get to see him again, at least once more. Even if it's just for 5 minutes," another sibling added wistfully, their eyes glistening with unspoken hope. They exchanged glances, a mix of emotions swirling between them. Some felt a profound sense of relief that their younger brother had managed to escape his grim cell, a surge of pride blossoming at the prospect of his newfound freedom and the chance of a brighter future. Meanwhile, the others remained trapped in their same dreary building, their fates entwined with those of their older siblings, pressed together in a struggle for survival against the shadows of their captivity. Next day, Agent I can't even remember what it says. The next day, Agent One awoke and climbed down from the tree as he was desperate to carry on with his journey to the town. And within half hour after that, he had arrived at the ancient town of Dursburg, a town set up back in 1066 when the Normans invaded the UK. The town itself was in southern Gloucestershire, just north of the vast Belladonna forest that spanned for miles and miles around. Agent One had walked for miles. For him, it had felt like an age since he had broken out that cell, and it had only been about 18 hours since he had broken out the cell that contained him for so long. He walked through the town, immediately being recognised by kids and parents saying, God, he's alive. Agent One had been so famous here ever since he saved his school from two evil Zarodians who were going on a rampage through the school. The way he defeated them was genius. All the teachers and students got to the other side of the school playing field, and he waited as the two aliens fired a shot. It hit an oil tin in the canteen and the school blew. Agent One was running to where the teachers and students were, dived to the floor as the two Zerodians were in hot pursuit. The fireballs of the burning inferno hit the two running aliens and burnt them alive. The news report of that incident in the Dursburg Times was the main story. Its headline read, Local kid saves lives. JOB1 open for business. He walked through the town, and many recognized the face of the hero. They believed that he was incredible and was the hero they deserved. On his incredible journey through the ancient town, he was plastered to the smell of freshly cooked chips and concluded he would probably never get to taste them again after what his uncle Vados did to him and his family. He carried on through the town, remembering every street corner and all the best shops. He walked through the town down by Tesco's, by the school, then down across the road into the trees where no soldiers who had been trying to find him would be by this point. It was around 10 p.m. and Agent One decided he would sleep amongst the trees again. He woke up around 8 hours later and began walking to the GRO headquarters. Vadox and all his men gathered in a huge office and decided what they should do with Agent One problem. It's decided Agent One must be found at all costs. We must find him. We need to do it quickly. They all nodded in agreement. And everyone wandered to their normal work zones. Vadok sat in his chair when his son walked in to speak to him about how he was able to get this out. Father, through CCTV, we have discovered that little Mr. One escaped by jumping through the window head first. Thanks, Carter. We'll find him. I guarantee it, son. I know, Father. We'll find that little rat. He can't disappear for long, Carter said, laughing with his father as they walked down the corridor. End of chapter. Boom. It's a little bit chaotic. There we go. Chapter 2, The One Who Mattered. Kind of a play on words. His name's Agent One, and he matters. And he also is the one who matters. Oh, it's becoming daytime, that's why. First off, everybody, the town of Dursburg is not real. It's just the word absurd put backwards. The town of Dursburg does not exist. But very much, the town of Dursburg does not exist in real life. It is a fake town. It's a town I made up for this story. And it literally is the word absurd put backwards. Look. There you go. Absurd Dursburg. I don't think I sounded as good as the text to speech. We did this at Christmas time, actually. We did this at Christmas time where I think I got to chapter 4. And I did it at Christmas time as well, and that was fun. What does everyone think so far of the adventure? You're trying to see who the players are, and you've got your two players. This is the way I've done it. Should we read one? Shall we read one more? I don't know. Should we read one more? I don't know. I'm heavily invested in this story. It's I come up with a story when I was 12. When I was 10, sorry. 2012. It's a long old story. Yeah. Hello to the people who just joined the stream. Welcome to the stream. We're almost at 300 views. That's incredible. I just want to check something. Thank you to everybody that's subscribed today. We've just hit 5,307. Ooh. What did you guys think of what do you guys think so far? You've met your main character, you met your villain, and now you just need to see them fight each other. Well, not fight each other. They don't actually fight each other. But you got your main character, you got your the idea is though you see some of Agent One's sarcasticness straight away, which obviously is more prevalent in later stories about that he doesn't care. The fact that it's sort of like a hyperbole. It's sort of like a hypocritical thing where he does care but doesn't care. Yeah. What should we build? There will be a stream tomorrow, everybody. There will be a stream tomorrow. There might be an early-ish. It might be an early stream because depending on what I do. There we go. There we go. So, ooh, konnichiwa. Yes, to the answer to the question about where I'm from, I'm very much from the UK. I'm 100% British. Let's just move these boats out of the way for now. We can take these somewhere nice. That's nice. Let's go and find a space to take these. There we go. I might end this stream here, everybody, because we're at 4.5 hours. There we go. Everybody in the unit, everybody needs to play a Minecraft. Sorry, I do apologize, everybody. I did not expect. There we go, everybody. Thank you for watching the stream, and I will see you all in the next one. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye. Goodbye, goodbye, goodbye.